Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's good, baby. Oh yes, I want you so bad right now. Oh, you're so smooth. You're so wonderful. My precious. My precious. I'm so happy to see you. Ah. Hi there, guys. I didn't see you there. How are you guys doing? Everything is very good right now, guys. Thank you very much for asking me. How are you guys doing? You guys having a nice start of your week so far? Because I sure hope you are, because I'm having a wonderful time. I don't know what you're talking about. you think you saw or hear something weird? No, I think you guys must be crazy. I don't know at all what you're talking about. Anyway, welcome everyone to yet another Final Fantasy Extravaganza stream. And I hope you guys are having a wonderful week to start. Wonderful start to your week so far. My god, I actually cannot speak today. And I hope you guys have been looking forward to today's adventures, because as usual, we are going for another wonderful journey, seeing where this game is gonna go. I'm looking forward to it, except that I may not be looking so much forward to where Spoony is gonna take us specifically, but, you know, that's, you know... Well, we gotta go through it if we wanna see the game to the end, right? So we're gonna live with that. Anyway, so, wanna see the game to the end, right? So we're gonna live with that. Anyway, so, that little, comedy skit aside, yeah, I got this thing now. And you guys know what this means, right? You guys know what this means? Store and just, you know, go on mutiny and start ordering an entire freaking year's supply from elsewhere. I found this on store shelves on Sunday. And now... my whole juice stock is finally back. And don't call it laundry detergent. I know it looks like a laundry detergent bottle, but that's how it's been like for the longest time. And it's okay. It's actually pretty ergonomical. This is actually, you know, it's a pretty good 1.5 liter canister. I can't complain about it. It's wonderful. So this stuff this is the stuff I have been having a very lack of supply for a long time now, or for a week. At least, and, well, I'm happy that it's finally here, because, you know, I was just this close to start going crazy, maybe. And I mean, I'm still drinking this, other stuff, because I still have an unfinished bottle of it, but after that I'm gonna go back to Hulk juice, and hopefully, it remains that way, okay? Thanks for the Hydro Migo, I appreciate it. And also, I'm gonna make a very important statement here, that this is actually not Mind Flayer blood, because, hold on. I'm gonna take this away in the meantime, but I'm also gonna show you. So, this here is the so-called Mind Flayer blood. This is like sugar-free mixed fruit drink. As you can see, it's got everything in it basically, and this stuff, on the other hand, even though it looks very similar in color, is actually just, you know... it's just basically just raspberry juice. It's sugar-free raspberry juice. So, it looks similar, but as you can tell, it's different. So, I'm drinking this stuff right now, not Mind Flayer blood. So, no. This stuff is in Mind Flayer blood, and I've been thinking about for a while what this is supposed to be, but because it's sweet and such, I guess I decided to call it liquid red sugar. Definitely not rock and stoning on that one. And yes, this is definitely not a hidden sponsorship, because it really isn't. But, you know, I just happen to be... well, I happen to be pretty loyal to drinking this stuff, so here we go. So now, my saga of Hulk juice hunting is finally over, at least for the time being. But if for any reason I find out in the future that things are not going so well with my Hulk juice, I'll let you guys know. And in fact, you will be the first to know, because you guys will know that if I don't have Hulk juice, I cannot be myself. And that obviously, you know, if that doesn't exist, we'll be having some real trouble. And actually, on that note, Miyako, I used to drink cola actually a lot, and I'm still pretty much fueled by soda. But the thing is that I actually moved away from cola, I think, like, at the latter half of last year. So I actually have, like, been completely cola-free for quite a few months already. And that's because I noticed that when it came to cola, I was getting, like, this, I was getting this thing, like, where I was actually getting, like, this, feeling like I had some, not just feeling, but also, like, this subtle taste that I had, like, some goop in, like, the bottom of my throat. Like, the, I don't recall the word right now. It's not like, you know, like the, you know, the refuse, the very disgusting tasting refuse coming from your body. Like, we call it mata in Finnish, but, it's not like, you know, yeah, what was it actually called again? It wasn't mold, but, because that was like home, but, it was, well, oh, did you get automated? Hold on. Automated. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't that, Migo. I actually won't just, like, give you that one. But it was saying, human male, not excrement, but release. I will say that. Yes, rot. Rot. That was the word. Thank you. So, I had like the taste or feeling of rot coming from the bottom of my throat when I was drinking a lot of cola. And I've been drinking soda also, like, I would say at similar rates, but I haven't had the same issue myself. So I realized that, like, I had this feeling with cola. I guess I was drinking it too much, I don't know. But ever since I stopped, I felt a lot better about that. Maybe I've also gotten better at exercising at the same time, so it could also be that as a byproduce, but in general, I felt like, you know, cola just wasn't, like, the best idea for me. And I mean, even if I didn't have the rot there, like, even then, like, you know, or well, even if like the rot was a minor problem on that side, it's kind of like it also, like, you know, as a byproduct, also, like, took away the pleasant taste of cola in a way. So, like, you know, I would be tasting sometimes, like, this weird, subtle, like, back taste to it. That was very, very weird. Yes. Yeah, yes, Miyako, I agree with you on that one, but don't worry, they wouldn't have anything to know. They wouldn't have anything to do with that, and also they would not know if I was drinking that. But I don't. I don't swing that way. I know all of you wanna just tell me that I'm gay, but I'm not gay. I'm actually straight. I'm gonna make that very clear. I will not drink that stuff. Rise of the Triad. Well, I don't think that's in any way related to this, but and I don't even know what the Rise of the Triad is exactly about. I only know about the Warring Triad from Final Fantasy VI, but that's pretty much it. But yeah, now you understand that, now you, like, understand too, like, why I don't drink cola anymore. I might get to it at some point and see how it's gonna be, but honestly, I don't have exactly the best, expectations out of, like, drinking cola anymore. So I, like, moved back into, like, drinking some, like, orange soda and such. And it's okay, I can deal with that too. It's not like a big loss for me in the end. It's just that weird, like, that I had rot in the first place. I guess I could have looked into that, but I figured it would be just, like, something that, well, maybe I should just live more healthier to, like, get rid of that. Son, always remember, dying is gay. Thanks, Miyako. I appreciate it. He'll drink laundry detergent, mod, not human-made byproducts. Migo, it's only something in a laundry detergent like bottle. Looks can be deceiving, but it is a genuine juice. I think any Finnish person here can validate that indeed mehukatti is juice, not laundry detergent, but if anybody else dares to say otherwise, then I swear to God, you're just messing with people so hard right now. This is like, you know, that, you know, we're just gonna turn this into, like, the same myth as drop bears from Australia, because obviously, like, you know, oh, we are drinking laundry detergent in here, we Finnish are actually crazy. Yeah, that's, like, you know, that's the level we're gonna go with this. So, guys, whenever anybody asks you, if anybody, like, you know, asks about Finnish people, just tell them they drink laundry detergent, and then just send them an image of mehukatti. They wouldn't be able to read it, so, you know, they wouldn't know any better. But obviously it's laundry detergent. Obviously. Ah, you're talking... Ah, I see, interesting. But not that kind of rot, Jordan. We're talking about the actual, like, word rot. Not any kind of, like, initials for any bigger word. But yeah, I generally had that weird feeling or like that weird symptom with drinking cola. I don't know why. Maybe it's like from all the carbons. But then again, why would I not be able to drink then other sodas and not have the same issue? I think I had at the beginning, but I think that's only because I was still being affected by my whole, like, you know, cola drinking history. But now I'm not having those feelings, at least I haven't felt like it's there. So, I don't know. No, Jordan, I'm not gonna go playing any ROT. I don't want to play now FPS. I don't like it too much. Or I'm not really like a fan of FPS games in general that much. Chinese Mafia. Jordan, what the hell are you going into? What are you gonna get myself involved in? Is there gonna be like a point of no return for me if you're gonna involve me with anything further than I was like getting myself, you know, accounted for? Please, don't get me into any trouble, okay? I only mean good. I only mean good. Yes, Miyako, I may have mentioned that, but in fact I know Finnish people are crazy in their own ways, and I fully embrace it. It's just that people may not be fully ready for this fact. And in fact, there was like, you know, a time, you know, I also like, you know, you drinking a full thermos of coffee. I had the same thing about drinking in general, like I used to do it so that I could actually drink like a whole glass of this like in one go basically. And I think I still could do that. But, you know, I just don't have any reason to. I don't feel that thirsty right now. But I got some crazy drinking skills too. If we're talking about like drinking exclusively here. I haven't like drank any alcohol though, so I guess it's a good thing that I don't like adapt my skills on that in this specific situation. But yeah, anyway though, we have been talking for, well actually it's only been 10 minutes at least on Twitch side, but it's still been like quite a bit of us just talking, just chilling in here, so how about we finally get into the actual business, right? Right? You guys ready? I hope you're ready, because I'm ready. Let's just make sure everything is working just fine. Yeah. So let's just get into the game then, finally. You think so? Huh? Well, luckily for you, Jordan, I don't often get myself involved with the police, so I think I should be fine. But as long as, you know, if I ever get involved with police, I think I'll keep my eyes open in case I find some, you know, subtle touches of some Chinese mafia amongst us. But I don't know. Nah, Jordan, my mind is as close and daft as it can be, so I don't think that's gonna work. Just words are not gonna open it. You're gonna have to try harder than that. But yeah, just as a little bit of a catch up on this, guys, because honestly, I didn't manage to like make a proper synopsis of this at the beginning of the stream. I was like, I only reserved an hour for like writing an actual synopsis, but like I actually ended up spending so long writing about Porum that I wasn't able to like write about this. But basically, the gist of the story here is that Edward here wanted to go discover something about the fallen star and everything, and so they sent Harley on that mission, and Harley was their secretary. And now that Harley has been sent on their secretary mission, Harley hasn't come back yet, even though they should have already come back by now, so Edward is worried, so he wants to go follow after her. But before that we can do that, we have to go first farm 5 bronze tails, because we need to get them for some random ass item that I don't know about yet. So that's good. So we're gonna be stuck here until I get 2 more tails. I already farmed 3 last stream. I hope this is gonna be done within an hour, but this might still take quite some time. So guys, do, you know, sit back, enjoy yourselves, and also keep me entertained, because I most likely will need the entertainment. We'll be stuck here for a bit. What do you mean by what need prayers? You mean like, you know, what were you trying to say there? What did you misspell? We need prayers? Prayers? I could do with prayers, even though not really religious, but it's a good start. And I don't have any choice about this whole mafia matter. Well, I mean, I guess not, but it's not like I'm gonna notice the mafia unless I, like, you know, get into direct touch with them. Because, have you ever thought about it? Like, okay, I may acknowledge that there might be mafia around me all the time, but because I'm not in direct touch with them, I'm not worried about it. It doesn't, like, touch my life in any way, and here we are. Oh, you mean... Do you mean pliers as in, with the E letter? Pliers, as in, like, those, you know, let's say, like bolt cutters. bit smaller than that, but like those, lever action cutters, basically. Jordan, before I get surgery though, I think you'll need to do some English writing courses first, because otherwise I think I'm not gonna be the one in need of surgery here. Because, I think I'm going brain dead just by like, trying to think about like what like I'm supposed to like convey here. Like what is the actual message here, if I don't get appropriate English sent to my way. Surgeon. Surgeon. That's a fancy name. Was it enough for you? Get served. Yeah. To be honest, Migo, I don't think I need priors or prayers or pliers or anything like that. I think I just need, I think I need just fryers, like air fryers. Maybe that's gonna help me. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's just fry anything that comes my way. I'm just gonna like, set up like air fryer traps on my floor, and once like, the Chinese mafia comes into my house, I'm just gonna go straight up and just like, just like burn their freaking legs with those things. Like, I think that's a master plan, dude. Jordan, if that's how you feel, then honestly, I don't think you're ready to take on humanity here. Because, I don't think you're gonna be able to, like, purge all the brains out of humans unless you have some way of, like, executing world domination and, like, executing an order where everybody just get lobotomized completely. Sorry, ain't happening. The only empty person in this world is me. At least when it comes to the dead, like to the living. I think I'm an enigma in this case. But we should not talk about that, because I think there's many reasons for people to believe that I'm dumb. And I am dumb. But, you don't have to make it too, like, we don't have to make that obvious here. Think meat removal? Dude, I need to like, I need to keep that sentence. That's just beautiful. I think just like, think muscle expunsion would be better though. Or think muscle liquidation. Let's make brain juice, guys. Let's make brain juice. We got Hulk juice, we got My Flare blood, but let's make brain juice. We're gonna make them out of human brains, or maybe some other organism brains too, but let's talk to them about it. It's just that human brains are too expensive, so we need to cut on costs of production. So let's just like, put some, I don't know, cow brains in between, and let's just drink that. Great idea. Oh, I'm just talking about the fake meat removal that Miyako here is suggesting, because I think it's a great idea. I think we'll all be way better with that. Way better off with that. It's a perfect idea. Master plan. 10 out of 10. I agree. Yeah. Honestly, I haven't really looked into the Warhammer lore at all. I mean, I know about Warhammer 40k, like who wouldn't? It's just that because it's such a freaking massive thing, I've never even looked into it. Like, whenever I look at, like, Warhammer and be like, where should I get started? I just, like, get so overwhelmed by the idea that I just, like, just take a step back and be like, maybe some other time. Maybe. Just maybe. And I haven't done it yet, so that's my problem. To be honest, Jordan, I don't know what your goal here is, but, if you don't want to be part of this whole, like, brain juice lobotomy, then I don't think you should be anywhere close to Miyako or this conversation, as a matter of fact. I think you're gonna only, like, dig the hole deeper for you. And that's a problem that's only for you, not me. I'm gonna trust Miyako to handle all the, the brain matter extraction operations. Oh yes, I am. Deal with it. Honesty is one of my greatest virtues, even though it does come with its own downside sometimes. Deal with it. But yeah, like, honestly, what is it about Skaven then, Miyako? It's like Miyako, Is like Skaven actually like some sort of character that actually like does, you know, some sort of like brain alterations in the Warhammer universe? Because I have no idea. But I don't say no to like extra information, which I might forget next week. I see, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I do like myself RTS too, but if it's like an AI cheating and like obviously getting an advantage against you and they don't follow the like the rules of the actual game, it kind of sucks. So wait, Jordan, you're telling me that I could be immortal without you? I think we should do something about Jordan, guys. I think it's actually being like a menace to my own survival. I think he's the only blockade I have between me and immortality. And I need to fix this problem. Moonlight Elf, there is a very good explanation for this, except that I actually don't have a very good explanation for this. I just want to pretend I do, but let's just say that one thing led to another. When Mama and Papa are very much in love with each other. No. Let's just say that there was a very confusing conversation that led to confusing conclusions, and the confusing conclusions started an entirely new conversation topic that just like rebounded on each other, and now everybody's confused as to what the fuck's going on. Or at least some of us are. I'm completely insane about this. I'm completely like following, but maybe some aren't. And you know what? You just don't have the brain power to comprehend what's going on. Jordan, I don't know where you got the idea that everyone here is immortal, but, you know, I don't think our previous past has shown any signs of immortality within the human realm. But if you have any living evidence of this happening, then, you know, maybe I would feel differently. But maybe you are the key to immortality. Maybe we have to sacrifice you for the greater good. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's true, Miko. I mean, to be honest, I cannot have you die. You are a god amongst us. Obviously, we cannot have you die. You are the one that, you know, gives wine its taste. You are the classy existence that shouldn't be never gone, because otherwise, all the glass and polish of the world is gonna just fade away. Your presence is important. I agree. At the very least, I don't know if you're immortal, but I cannot have you die. It would be just way too shameful. It would be such a shame if that were to happen. Now we're getting to some severe spiritualism. And you know what? As an atheist, I don't believe in that shit. So you're gonna have to do lots of convincing. Even if you have social 100, I think your persuasion chances are like somewhere between 0.001% to 0.01%. I think you're gonna have a better time just farming for some bloody weapons instead. For any for any Fly fans that, you know, might understand what I mean. Oh. Interesting. Rat tactics. Clan Molder, for example, modifies the change of their soldiers, including lobotomy, to make them brave. Well, I mean, I understand why that would be effective, because obviously, like, if you remove anything that is irrational or needless for a soldier, I can understand, like, why that would be effective, but that's just, you know... Talk about human culture, nobody would think that to be ethical. But, I mean, I guess ethics are not exactly their own concern. And I don't know if, like, these rat people would have the, like, you know... advanced way of thinking to actually, like, you know, feel any sort of, like, shame or, like, you know, regret about this whole thing. Like, I don't think there's any, like, morality that they really, like, are concerned about, because that isn't, like, in their own perception. Or perhaps because, like, the only ones that are only ones that can properly think are the rulers. And the rulers are like the ones that are just like tyrannic and just don't care about like the lives of others. Maybe that's kind of, it's kind of like, you know, a structure caused by the crazy and the ones that cannot think. I don't know, but I don't think like rats, unless they went through some massive modifications, I don't think they could think of any sort of like, you know, cognitive thinking like that. And let's talk about the game, you say. I mean, what else is there to say? I pretty much mentioned like what I'm here to do. I'm here to like farm some bronze tails and just like hope I'm gonna drop them. There is a, if there is a common item drop, there's a 37.5% chance for me to drop those when I see these, either these sandworms or those centipedes. And that's pretty much it. And I'm gonna be stuck here until I have 7 of those in total, and I think I now have 5, so yeah. We'll be stuck here for a while. I spent a couple hours doing this before, and I'm most likely gonna spend another hour here, but hopefully it's gonna be max an hour. True, Migo, true. And you know, then we had the other thing, we had the earworms, and I can just like start singing you some ballads, just things that, you know, will resonate in your ears for your entire life. Just actually don't make me sing. I think that's for the better. I think I'm gonna actually destroy your eardrums before they turn into like sirens singing in your heads. Because you'll have to be pretty much insane, intoxicated, and probably like in like, you know, some stasis of like being awake for like a whole week straight to like be hallucinating and having some very deranged ideas for you to think that my singing is wonderful. So I think I'm gonna just like save you from that torture. Yeah, torture. I think that's accurate enough. Sandworms throw sand onto your eyes. Oh my god, Miyuko, such a revelation. I would have never guessed that. To be honest, that does seem like a very unique characteristic that has never been come across before. I mean, I understand, like, you know, I know, like, there are worms in the sand, but why couldn't they use the sand themselves? Obviously, like, sandworms should be able to, like, use sand as a weapon. But nobody ever mentioned that. Nobody ever made that to be a mechanic. That's so crazy. Obviously, worms should be able to, like, you know, fling sand like gorillas are able to fling shit. I think that's just, like, the plain obvious thing to happen and to do. You should not fear the sand. You should embrace the sand. You are one with the sand. When you are in the desert so long as I have been, you will just, you know, appreciate sand for what it is. You're gonna swim in the sand. You're gonna just lay on the sand. You're gonna sleep in the sand, on the sand, around the sand. And then you're gonna eat the sand. You're gonna kiss the sand. You're just gonna love sand after, like, spending so many hours in the desert. Are you going crazy? Most likely. But anyway, you love sand now. Deal with it. Oh yes, bucket sand. Keep all the sand with you because you're gonna get some withdrawal symptoms if you don't have enough sand on regular intervals. Like, I think after this, once I'm done with this whole desert thing, Edward is gonna be so passionate about sand that if he was to be like some graduate that was trying to write their own thesis, I think he would make an entire thesis on sand. And once it's done with this whole thing, like once it's actually like getting away from the desert, it's gonna have such intense withdrawal symptoms that if he doesn't touch sand every 30 minutes, like at maximum, then like max 30 minutes between touching sand or seeing sand, I think they're gonna have withdrawal symptoms that's gonna be equivalent to having a poison effect on you, and you cannot remove it unless you have touched sand. So Edward is gonna have the, like, you know, sand poisoning, or rather no sand poisoning, if it's gonna be too much taken away from sand. That's like such a severe withdrawal symptom. And you know, it makes sense because his hair and cloak also look like sand. Like, he is one with the sand. He's always been. He just never realized it. Yeah, it's very serious. I mean, can't you tell? Obviously, Edward is like so in tune with sand. He would make babies with the sand. Like, Harley comes second. Like, it's about the sand, dude. It's just like, it's so beautiful. It's so coarse yet so smooth and everything. Like, he's just like absolutely passionate about this desert sand. Close enough. Close enough, Moonlight Elf. That's close enough to like what this could be. One could be obsessed with dirt, one could be obsessed with sand, one could be obsessed with water, one could be obsessed with... gravel? Bugs? Some other things? Mountains? Rocks? You know, it's all the same. And Edward's got a hot for the sand. You know, I think what Edward needs right now is a sand elemental. I think they would, you know, they would replace the long-lost love that he once had. They would, like, fill that void in his heart. Don't remember if, like, silicon dioxide was actually, like, sand or something similar, but sure, why not? I mean, I guess there are many variations of it, but as long as Edward has sand, his mind is gonna be at ease. Sand is his soulmate, his, you know, his spiritual animal. And don't be giving me that impression that sand is not an animal. It doesn't matter. It's just that Edward accepts it in himself that sand is his spiritual animal after all this. Timur, I would say 50 Shades of Grey. If I have to give you any, like, summary of this. I have nothing else to tell you. And I have nothing else I want to tell you. You heard something, and he had heard something. But you're not gonna hear it again. It is what it is. That is the fleeting nature of human life. You witness things, you hear things, you may not hear things, you may be hearing things for yourself. You may be just imagining things, but it happened. But it doesn't happen again. It's now in the past. So... keep moseying as is. Nothing happened. Nothing serious happened. It's all in your head. Oh, does it now, Jordan? I think, like, the more time Edward spends in the sand, I think the more severe it's gonna get. Like, you know, I don't even want to imagine how crazy he's gonna go for sand if he spends any more time in this place, but he's gonna have to. If he wants his tails. He might even summon tails from Sonic out of this sand. I mean, it would be similar colors, so I think it would be entirely possible. He's gonna make sand castles out of sand that isn't even close to water. Because this guy's magical. He believes in everything about sand. He's gonna use his, like, you know, mind power to just, like, imagine that sand is gonna be all in his control. He's gonna live in the sand. Nah, I don't, Jordan. I never did. I just never talk about it. And, you know, it's just that one cannot go around and just, like, exclaim anyone's powers for them. It's gonna be your job to do, so I just wanted to keep it a secret from others. I wanted to make it your own responsibility to tell about your powers. Oh my god, yes. My man. I understand you really want to be Obi-Wan Kenobi, but there is no Anakin Skywalker in this situation, okay? There is no equivalent to Anakin Skywalker. Nobody is your enemy. Or is there? Do you have an enemy? Do you have an enemy that you need a high ground for? Have you already made a nemesis in this short span of the stream? Because that's crazy. I mean, I suppose you're not, but that's a very different topic. If you want to talk about your love troubles and your sexuality, then, you know, you should go to a different hotline for that. I'm not the place for your sexual needs. And I don't mind which way you swing. What I just care about is that you're a proper pal. Nothing else matters. Sexual preference sand and sex sand. Everything about Edward's existence is sand. Everything. His thoughts, his body, his mind, all sand. Even his brain monkey is made out of sand. And it's a very scary thought in its own, but that's just how it is. Guys, are we all going nuts right now? Like, just, you know. Okay, guys, let's be honest. We were stuck farming Mind Flayers for 11 hours. And we didn't even, like, start thinking that we were gonna become one with the Mind Flayers. We were still, like, sane, I think, after all that. But how is it that we're getting crazy over just, like, how are we getting crazy over sand, bro? We're just farming here for a couple hours. We're already losing our minds. Is it the heat? Or what's going on? Why is this all happening to us? Do you guys have any conclusions to this? Do you guys have any hypothesis as to why this is happening? Because this is quite the interesting turn of events. Or is it just me? Am I just going crazy? Am I just the one that's causing everybody to go crazy? Is that my fault? That's true, Miyako. I know it is. I know it is. But I mean, I would be just like the antagonist to tell you guys straight that you're like crazy. Because I mean, I think whether you're crazy, whether you're, you know, swing another way or something like that, I think that's like a conclusion for you to reach on your own. So if you're crazy, if you feel like you're crazy, then you're fine. But like, if you're now doubting whether you're crazy or not, then I think it's really time to start thinking about that because, well, it isn't something I'm gonna tell you. Because that would be rude. You guys need to realize yourself that you're crazy. If you're gonna be. Alright, Jordan. If you say so. As long as you understand your boundaries and the facts that, you know, craziness might be something that you were already grown with. And also, like, on this note that maybe I'm not the one that's causing it crazy. Maybe we were all crazy to begin with. But how does it surface now? Like, did we first lose our brain cells during Mind Flayer hunt? And now that we got to this again, now we're like, you know, our monkey brains are finally activating, like the mutation process is complete. And now we realize that, oh well, it's too late. We have gotten to the level of an actual, you know, a Neanderthalian. We have lost our sense of reason, our sense of thinking. All we can think about is just this grind and all this fucking sand! Sand! No, Jordan. There is no boundary. Everything has a golden medium. Everything has something that it should be at. But everything can also go to its absolute extremes or not exist at all. There's the high and low, but then there's also the medium. And I don't think the high or low, or well, low has a bottom of being absolutely nothing. But the high is the absolute, like, you know, I don't think there's any limit to that. So I think, you know, as long as you believe in the act of sand, I don't think there's any limit to, like, where you can go with sand. And how much you can obsess over sand. You just gotta believe, man. You just gotta believe. That's all I gotta say. All is well, you say. Well, if you think so. Is everybody else also feeling well? Is everybody else feeling okay with this whole sand thing? You know, do you feel like you're one with the sand? Or do you feel like you're, you know, you're okay? Like, no, nothing's wrong in the world. Like, all the sand talk? All just like crazy talk. It doesn't affect you. You just think other people are getting crazy. Or maybe you're just so used to it. Like, it's resonating with who you are to begin with. This whole sand talk, it's just like you're talking with yourself. You know, it's all just natural. Of course we're gonna get crazy over sand. Who the fuck wouldn't? Right? Right. You're married to sand. See, guys, we're all accepting it. We are absolutely in tune with sand. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not gonna judge anyone for loving sand. It's just that, you know, sand is, you know, it's our life force. It's our reason of existence. So, you know, sand is just divine. No worries, Jordan. I at least appreciate that you're being honest with this right now. I appreciate that you are willing to embrace the sand. Because it's an important path in your life to understand the importance of sand. Fanalan. Is that like actually part of like your fantasy world, Miyako? Like the actual, like the character Miyako's homeland? And I mean, I guess, you know, I assume that at least it's gonna be more livable than Tatooine, because Tatooine is pretty hot. And I mean, if I know myself, if I cannot live in the heat of Finland, I don't think I could even step foot in Tatooine unless, without like dying immediately as I like get out of the airship or the spaceship. Yeah, imagine if this was all just like, you know, Edward just like own monologue is saying out publicly outside or like, you know, out loud. And then all the guards and like Harley are all just like looking at him just like, you know, just rolling around in the sand just naked, butt naked. And then like Harley's just like, Edward, get your head out of the, get your dick out of your sand, okay? Get your dick out of the sand, okay? You know, this is going way too far. Like, I understand we live in the desert, we're used to sand, but we're not expecting the king to start just bathing in sand. I think it's disgusting. I think all of our subjects are also very much questioning your mental sanity, King Edward. Part of Eorzea. Why does that name sound familiar to me? What was Eorzea actually about? Or where was that from? Jordan, remember that these are only one of the many ways we can interpret this whole situation. Maybe it's just maybe it's all like Edward's wet daydream, but maybe this is actually all just happening. So, where it's happening or not is completely up to you. It's only like something that, you know, it's something you'll come in terms with yourself. You'll make your own conclusions. My conclusion, though, is that Edward is completely insane. But I mean, that isn't probably a surprise to anyone because we all just hate Spoonie for being who he is. I was thinking too, but where was actually Eorzea from? Like, what Final Fantasy? Like, was it actually like the whole world? Is it like the entire Final Fantasy world, or is it like only specific parts of the world, or like the specific different worlds that Final Fantasy has in their universe? I don't think so. I mean, at least I'm not, because I know nothing about Twilight. And honestly, I don't think I want to. I think I want to keep those vampires in their own pockets. It's only for our own well-being, I suppose. And I shall rip on Twilight eternally, even though I've never seen a single glimpse of it. Because I hear like how bad it is from people. But yeah, let me actually like check this out. So like, what actually is Eorzea? Eorzea. Is it like the whole world? Oh yeah, that's Final Fantasy 14! Oh, of course. So that's why I knew it, like, vaguely, but I wasn't sure where that was from. So I knew the name, but I just didn't remember where it was from. But it's only for 14, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, it's been just so many years since I last, like, properly played it. So I've, like, lost all memory of, like, all the proper, like, story developments. But thanks for reminding me. But I see, so are you telling me, Miyako, that your Final Fantasy 14 character's house is in Fanalan? Or maybe the guild house? Is that how I'm supposed to interpret this? Well, Jordan, I got nothing against vampires, but if you're talking about the Twilight vampires, those just like, you know, those, you know, 2-bit vampires just like pretend to be sexy, you know, then we're talking us on different terms. Then I cannot respect you. But if you're just a vampire, just like a genuine normal vampire, there's nothing wrong with you. Vampires are freaking cool. But if it's Twilight, then we have to discuss this matter very seriously. We'll start with 28 stab wounds. Oh, really? Interesting. So you play Final Fantasy 14 yourself, Jordan? I used to like play as a marauder when I had a character. Mind you, my highest level ever was the 37. Like I was playing for a fairly short time because I got bored playing alone. I joined Final Fantasy 14 at first with a friend or two, but they didn't actually join me. They just like, you know, told me to join the game, and once I did, they just came to say me hi, and that's it. And then I just never like really delved too much deep into the game. I would say 100 hours, 200 hours, trying out all the classes and trying out the professions and such, but once I like got deep into it, I was like, well, I wish I had a company for this, but nah. Really, how expensive are they then? And are we talking like it's like one of those small guilds again, like just like a guild between your friends, nothing bigger? Because I can understand like something like that for a handful of people would be pretty expensive. Twilight is her father. Now, how the hell am I supposed to understand that? Twilight is a book series, a movie series. It doesn't have a sexuality. It doesn't have a gender. How can it be your father? Or are we talking about an entirely different Twilight? Oh, EverQuest. Well, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. I know, like, EverQuest used to be like the so-called pre-game for everyone that like went to World of Warcraft afterwards in 2005. But other than that, I don't really see anyone really talk about EverQuest. Interesting. Like, did you like get to level 14 EQ like at its time, or did you like actually get into the game at some point much later? Maybe like, are the official servers still up? And if they aren't, then like, did you play in the private server or something? The pony. Which pony are we talking about? I don't know exactly for sure, because I don't know much about EverQuest. Okay. Okay, so your character in Final Fantasy XIV is not based on Miyako, but your character there is called Miranda Karu. Oh, they still run official servers. Interesting. Oh, you're talking that Twilight. Oh, we're talking MLP. Oh, of course. When I said Pony and Twilight, of course I should have figured that out. How are we talking about MLP now? And how is that your brother? It's a girl. I think it's a girl. Confusion. Very big confusion. How did we get to MLP? This is crazy. Now, I'm gonna seize on this topic very quickly because I'm gonna be very sure about this. I'm not a brony, and I don't know, like, what's gonna happen if I invoke the bronies. So I'm gonna, like, you know, step back on this conversation, alright? If you wanna talk about bronies, then, you know, go ahead on your own time, but I don't wanna invoke this to be, like, the MLP channel. I see. Interesting. I see. I'm just trying to catch up on what the hell is going on here now, so hold on. Okay. I mean, okay, Jordan. I understand. Okay. You may be a girl, okay. But here's the thing. Even if that's the case, Twilight is, to my understanding, still a girl / a woman. And therefore, they can't be your brother. They can be your sister, but not a brother. I think that wouldn't make any sense. And how the hell is Twilight your father? That makes even less sense. And I see, cheapest 3 million gil for small 5th class plot, while most expensive 50 mil for 1st class plots. Really? So wait, is the 50M gil for 1st class plot, is that like for a small plot? How much would be a large 1st class plot? And how are these classes like, decided on? Is it like, does it like affect somehow the build quality, or is it just like the landscape or scenery of the area? Like, does the guild house location like matter in some significant way, or is it just about the scenery? I mean, yeah, I figured it would be fantasy, Jordan, but this is like, you know, without giving the context that this is like all fantasy or like just like your own figmentation of fantasy, I gotta say, like, out of context, this does sound pretty weird. Like, giving genders that don't actually exist for these characters, it's just weird. or the genders that they don't actually have originally. What do you mean MLB is not canon? MLB is canon to its own, I guess. Then, you know, what is supposed to be canon about MLB then? Your own version of this story? Okay, so like, yeah, I was thinking about this dude, like, Miyako. Like, I thought about the size, of course, but like, you know... Like, I know, like, if there's, like, a small and large plot, I think that makes sense, but the fifth class, first class, is it just the scenery? Or are there, like, some certain things you can or cannot build if you're not, like, of the required plot class? Or, like, some other restrictions? And also, how come you decided to pick on a, fifth class plot, a large one? Why don't you just go for a smaller, like, oh, maybe you just want to, like, go maximum, like, guild efficiency, so you get as much space as possible with as little cost as possible. I mean, that would be what I would do, but is there, like, some other reasoning behind that? I see. I see. So you decide to enforce your own edits or, like, you know, own ideas for MLP, and then you decide to insist that it is canon. Well, in case of any bronies existing, I gotta say that if you were to claim that, I think there would be pretty high uproar. I mean, there could be, like, OCs regarding that, there could be, like, some other ideas regarding the story, but I don't think anybody's ever gonna, like, you know, tarnish the holy book that is the original series. But what do I know? But I'm not gonna, like, you know, start, like, making questions about that or questioning it. It is what it is. It is not my universe to delve into. But yeah, so, again, my question here, about the Final Fantasy XIV plots. If a large 5th class plot in Final Fantasy XIV would be 40 million, then how much would be, like, a large plot on 1st class? Because I would expect that the... I think that what you said for 40 million for 1st class plot, I think that was for the small size. But what about the large size? 200? No, Jordan. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't just simply settle down once autism. Autism exists, and if they don't get to put it on that one certain thing they've used it for their whole life, they'll put it elsewhere. The autism evolves. It mutates. Autism never disappears. Autism stays in this head. And it will break out in some way or another. You just don't know it yet. You don't want to underestimate the autist people. Or autistic people. Really? I see. Information broker company. Well, that's quite the story setting, alright. I understand. That's pretty interesting. So, in the end, like, the class factor to the pricing is very small then. Like, the size is, like, you know, most of the price, but then, like, when it comes to the actual, like, building class, the difference is very small. Like, just 10 million difference between 5th class and 1st class. And I'm assuming there's, like, of course, like, the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd classes, too. Like, those are pretty small price deviations, honestly. But, I mean, I wouldn't care much about the scenery either. I would care most importantly about the functionality, so... If that was the cheapest I got, then I would go for it. I see. And guys, I'm gonna need to have a reminder. If I was a max level, for example, how long would it take for me to get a million even? Just to, like, get an understanding of how expensive this is. Or, like, how much a million is to you. I honestly don't remember or know, like, how Final Fantasy's housing system worked. I think you can see others' housings, but if your housing goes there, it will display yours instead. And if you want to see some other guild's housing and it happens to be the same spot, you can just like warp into their kind of zone. If like the party leader is the guild, or if the party leader is like part of the guild or something. Like there is like some zoning going on in there. So it isn't like all the places are gonna like, you know, all the places are gonna be taken. Anyone can take any spot, but sometimes, you know, when you want to go to the same spot, then that means there has to be some sort of like, you know, phasing system going on with that. But I don't know for sure. Like, can I even like see other guild houses in general, like other guild houses, unless you're in their party, or are those all plots gonna just remain empty unless you join some guild's party? I don't know. Since honestly, I didn't go too far with the whole like, you know, subscription-based gaming. Like, I think the thing is that I played Final Fantasy 14 at first, like for free, and I think once I got to like 20s or so, I might have gotten myself the subscription. I don't remember exactly why, but I just did. I guess I just wanted myself the retainer at some point. And then I just, yeah. Then I just, like, played it for a while and didn't get too far with it, and then I just didn't continue. I just kind of... I think I joined the account, like, for, like, you know, a few years later after I stopped playing. And then I just, like, sent something to a friend that I hadn't talked for the entirety, and then I just never logged at the character again. So I think I must have really confused my friend there. Like, I sent them something, like, kind of like indicating that I'm back, but then I really wasn't. I just never came back. And then I went again at some point because I had a friend that was also interested in trying out Final Fantasy 14. We made our own duo accounts, and I started a completely new account myself because this was like, you know, since I already paid for subscription on this, so even though my character was still below the level of the starter edition account, or like, you know, they could have still like leveled in the zones as a starter account too, because I'd paid for it, the account had become premium, so if I wanted to continue playing, I would have to pay. So I decided that I might as well just take my free account with some restrictions rather than just pay for gameplay that, you know, isn't worth paying for yet. So there I was, just, you know, making a new account, and that got, I think, to like level 15-ish or so. And we haven't played ever since. Oh, look, it's another goblin. Another freaking goblin. I got 2 of those now. Bruh. Bro, game, what the hell? That is not cool. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, exactly, Miko. What the heck, dude? Might as well drop myself the silver tail now. If I got that thing, I swear I would actually cry. That would be silly. Too bad I don't need any copies of this goblin spell anymore. Gosh damn. But, So, you can just lose housing like that? Isn't it a little bit tyrannic? And I mean, how is this dependent on, like, how much people, like, you know, like, how people see housings? Like, I understand that people may lose houses, but let's just say that you're just, like, a bypassing wanderer, just a regular player, just looking around a bit. Can you, like, see other guild houses, like, without any kind of restrictions or, like, requirements? Or do you see guild houses only if you happen to be the party, or in some way, like, attuned to that guild's housing in some way or another? Oh wait, was it so that there was like a big-ass billboard of like different houses and you can decide to join one of them? Or like, you know, to just like see one of them? I think I remember visiting a friend's guild house just one time, and that's pretty much it. And I think I remember like some list I had to go through or something like that. I don't remember exactly why though, but I assume it was for me to like get into the guild house. But maybe that's the old system, if that has changed in any way. But also, it does really suck that you can just lose guild housing like that. I mean, you know, it's not like it's gonna bother anyone if there's like the whole phasing system. Why would you remove the guild house like that? Is it because you gotta pay taxes? And I mean, I don't think that even like still answers my question as to like how much a million actually is. Like, I need to understand like how big a amount of money 50 million is. Like how big of an undertaking it is. Oh, so they actually do like intervene. I see. So you actually cannot have a house if there already is like another player's house in there. Or like another guild house in there. Is that really so? Then what makes guild houses really worth it? Is it really just for like the fashion, for its existence, for the sake of it? Or does the guild housing have a bigger purpose? Like storage, shared storage or something like that? I see, okay. But I mean, I guess that does point towards the direction that there is, yeah, limited space for housings. But that kinda sucks. I mean, I understand that, you know, if they actually want to make them all buildings visible, then that means that there is going to be only limited amount of plots. But given how massive Final Fantasy XIV is, wouldn't that be actually kind of like suffocating for people? That there would be others that really want a house, but then like some guilds don't want to like remove theirs. So they gotta just wait until one plot opens up. So you mean like you gotta be in a party to see the guild house? And gosh darn this place. I don't wanna go to the castle. It's useless. Wow. So there are like people that hog these houses, I suppose. Well, I mean, I understand that Moonlight Elf, but I was also thinking about this in general, like how long it would take to get a 1 million as a max level character. Like, let's say as an average player, I don't know. Like, I understand like 1 million is like very dependent on the player situation, but I understand that like guild houses most likely would be like more of an end game thing to do. As a way to like sink your money. I see, interesting. And is this like somehow related to like how people use their houses? Like guild houses in game in general? Wow. Wow. I didn't expect the roots to go that deep. That's crazy. I'm surprised that Square hasn't like put their foot in between the door yet. To try and get some of the cuts from that, because that's still like third-party transactions. And I mean, I know for sure as hell that companies just love getting any kind of involvement with any kind of money that's like moving in the game. But I guess that would be one thing that would be hard to get any money related to it. But that's... yeah. Yeah, I figured from that I understand that, like what you said before, but it's dependent on settings. I mean, yeah, clearly, because the system could certainly be better than just this, but yeah, I guess they didn't do much about that to make it more pleasant for players. Well, I don't trust AI on that. Because even the AI's ranging can be like, you know, it can have like many different like meanings behind it. But I feel like, of course, 1 million is dependent on how like serious the player is, or like, you know, how hard they're willing to grind, for example. Yeah, it ranges a lot. But even then, like, I guess the understanding is that only the most capable players can even like get a 1 million in just a few hours. But yeah, only highly capable players, I guess. Interesting. But I guess getting those master recipes itself is very hard to do. Or like, you know, getting to that level of being able to make those recipes must take a lot of time to do. But yeah, I'm sorry for like being a little bit confused about this, and I know that I'm talking about this, and of course it would make sense for me to understand what you guys are coming to, but I think also with the latency, I don't exactly still understand like where the parties are coming into this. Are we like talking about the purpose behind the part, like the guild houses, like the practicality of it? Is it really just for the DJ streams, like just for the sake of streaming? Is a guild house only a fashion thing? It doesn't have any like real purpose or practical purpose behind it. So, is this whole case about like crafting just all about like processing like in RuneScape? Like processing items into something else? And like people are willing to pay for the effort because that means they don't have to do it. And so, there's a lot of money involved with it. Really? What is this lottery system about? Doesn't that just mean like it makes it more RNG? Or is it more about like if you pay for a certain plot, you will get like a randomizer as to like which plot you'll actually get in that certain category? I see. Is Garden like some passive like produce that you can sell or something? And it's like the Chocobo stable like some free like Chocobos you can take over for a journey? Is the Chocobo stable like just like a waypoint, like a flight mask, something like that? Or can you actually like use the Chocobo freely? Like only set locations, or is it like an actual mount you can use? To be honest, that's a question that is way beyond my own understanding, because I've never played Final Fantasy that deeply yet, so... Or Final Fantasy 14. But I mean, I can understand what, like, Migo means by that. That means, like, you know, the market got so congested with people, like, still in the Mafia, that they just, like, put many accounts into that, but that also means in return that they got also have more subscriptions, I guess. So the Mafia might still be active in that department. It just might be a little bit more difficult to maintain. Oh, interesting. And that's gonna be like for free range traveling. Is that the only way for you to get your own Chocobo mount? No worries, Jordan. Thank you so much for dropping in. Hope to see you later or some other time. Hope you had fun. Even though it was for a brief moment and for very weird topics. But yeah, this is all very interesting because I mean, I can like see this cardless actually existing, but I just don't know like how I can trust like whether this is actually happening. Like this kind of Chocobo, or like not Chocobo, Guildhouse Cartel. Oh, so Chocobo is like a combat pet, and that's like completely unique to the Guildhouse system. Does this have like a house requirement? Like the smaller house you have, do you get less garden space and less Chocobo stable space? Or do like smaller houses just don't come with these at all? Or something like that. I mean, there are those gold sellers and such out there, and I think for certain countries where money may not be as abundant, that could be like something that may be paltry for us, maybe paltry for, may not be so paltry for like other countries, like some of the more impoverished Asian regions, or like the ones that haven't just like caught up on the same inflation levels yet. So honestly, I can't say for sure. I don't know exactly how much money goes into the Mafia or goes within the Mafia. So I don't know, honestly, but I can see, you know, if it's in the hundreds and it involves like a dozen people, I can still see people actually doing that. Like at those certain countries where the money is actually big. Dude, that's crazy. So much seriousness for the sake of like fashion. That's insane. But even then, I don't think like all those transactions are gonna be like in the thousands. Like I think that's only like for a very, very small minority. But I wonder like what the average like transaction price of a house is with the Mafia. And how often they make transactions. Like, would there be any idea for us to like realize how much money is actually in this business? Or business, more like the money laundering business. Because honestly, that is the scummiest thing ever to do, but if it works, then I can see why they would do it. If it's all in their powers, then why not? I can't blame them. I think anyone that, you know, gets the opportunity would take it. Well, then again, I don't know much about the supply and demand of the Mafia and like the all other players. Like, how much is actually the money moving in the Mafia? But I guess there must be a sound reason behind it. Like, if there are people willing to like hog the houses, whether that's actually true or if like Migo's just thinking about it or assuming that's the case. Like, but if you assume it really is there, then it must be really worth it for them. I mean, it's all about business calculations. I don't know. Never heard of it before, so I can't really draw any conclusions about this. But I suppose there must be also like some videos about this too, somewhere on the internet, about the whole like house mafia. I don't know. Or maybe people are told to be silenced. Or they're gonna get ceased and desisted. Nah. I don't think they would have actual lawyers behind that shit. Not a chance. But they're like, even then, if I made one good trade, that still doesn't warrant like actually going ahead and just getting lots of alts into that shit. So, I do wonder about that. Would that be really like, is it actually like a very decent business for Mafia? I don't know, because I don't know like their actual like business volume. And also, like, regarding this, when you said, Migo, that this would, like, get Square more money with this whole lottery system, why would this be the case? Because, I mean, I'm thinking to myself, couldn't people just make multiple odds in the same account? Or is there, like, a very small limit to how many accounts you can have per account? Or is there, like, you can only have one house reserved in an entire account? So there is an actual realistic limitation to it. I mean, I do wonder about that. It's not illegal as long as they're, you know, as long as Square Enix itself allows it to happen. It may be like kept under the rug, but if it's happening and Square doesn't act upon it, then it's like, you know, their game. I don't really like know, because I would want to like consider that to be more in the gray zone, honestly. Like, I don't know much about like the actual consumer laws in this case. Like how much like player influence in a game would actually be like on the border of illegality. Because if anybody had the chance to like get the house and hoard it for themselves, I think it's just about as legal as anything else. It's just that they use the house in the wrong way. They use it to like hog it and try to sell it for real money. But then the thing about the real money is that, well, you know, well, it's real money, so like it goes way beyond the game's own limitations. But I mean, it's their house in the end. It's their own choice to keep it. And if they don't want to give it away, then, you know, that's just a player choice. It's all about like just like pushing on to the people's desperation to have something. But then again, I'm not an expert on this topic. But I can see that happening still. Do like houses have this certain tax system? Like if you have the house, do they like tax you like, let's say 1% a month? So for a 40 million house, that would be like 400k a month. Because I think that at least would very heavily affect any kind of like mafia holding systems. Because they would have to constantly grind for money in the game just to keep the house. So that would like make these large organization on this regard very difficult to maintain. Because if there was like a certain like moving price tag that would like keep going around regularly, then even like for people that would be bot accounting or like just having lots of alt accounts of like hold a lot of houses, even they would have to like require some more personnel to like maintain the prices of these things as they're holding the houses, and therefore like make the business practice less effective. Yes. I mean, third-party transactions are themselves like illegal in the sense because they are not exactly something that's happening in the game. And as long as like the company there isn't getting the money in there, it isn't part of the transaction. I guess that's like, that makes sense. But I mean, that's just how black market works. Black market just like, it knows it is illegal. It knows about that, but it doesn't care. It does it all under the rug. All the parties in that involved will not be admitting that they have been part of this, but it happens still. Same with gold training. They use bots for that, and then they were gonna take like actual real contacts somewhere under the rug. Yeah, but I mean, isn't like, you know, don't you think they've already like taken that into account? Like if they get some of their accounts banned, what would happen instead? Like, I mean, I've seen like all this kind of like, you know, RMT long ago. Like I've dealt with this. Even like for Flife, the game I've been playing for a long time in my channel. Even Flife has been congested with RMT ever since its dawn of time, and it still happens. It's because people find loopholes. They find ways to still make it happen even though there are the risks involved. But that just like increases the price. It doesn't mean that they're gonna stop. It just means that there's more demand in the market, and if the market demand matches with the risks involved with it, people will do it. And yeah, that just happens. As long as there is a will, there's a way. As long as people are very desperate for housings and are willing to pay for it, then that's honestly on their fault. Not the fault of the mafia. It's for people enabling this to happen, not for the mafia doing it in the first place. Because if it was not providing them any profit, mafia wouldn't do it. But popular MMO that has a lot of fashion sense to it. People are real crazy for it sometimes. And I mean, definitely Moonlight Elf. I think that's the case with many of the MMOs. Like, in most MMOs, if you have very good market skills, which would be also something I would say to myself to be adept at. The problem is, though, that if I was to ever play Final Fantasy XIV again, and I want to play for a free trial, I won't have access to the market board, sadly. But crafting stuff, though, would definitely be something that I personally would be pretty adept at, most likely, because I'm pretty invested into crafting systems. I think if I ever get myself like a Final Fantasy XIV account like fully paid, I think I would be able to maintain pretty good kill amounts. But on another like less depressing topic or like severe topic, I do have like another like thought here. Because we have stuff like WoW has WoW token, RuneScape has bonds. Does Final Fantasy XIV have something equivalent, or is this like something that cannot be obtained by just playing? Do you really have to pay for the subscription? As like any other player would? Or is there like any like loophole around that? Damn, still no bronze tails. This is crazy. And I've already spent like 1.5 hours on this, or just about over an hour. If we exclude all the waiting we had to do before we started. That's crazy though. But yeah, like, on a concluding note about like this whole like housing mafia business though, it's a very disappointing thing to hear, but I do expect all these games to have these underground communities that do have these problems. Very rarely do I believe an MMO to be completely wholesome with like, you know, no issues at all. And this is a very good example of that being the case. Again, I don't know if this is really happening or if this is all just like, you know, something we believe to be existing, but it wouldn't be out of the blue. It wouldn't be like the most unexpected thing in the world. It's Asian games too, so even more so. Oh yeah, I mean Moonlight Elf, I was absolutely loving crafting in Final Fantasy XIV, like when I was playing it. I guess it just like got to the point where like when I was just grinding stuff, like I was farming items all day without any real other purpose than just grinding. Like I just had crafting, like for the most part. But because I had no friends to play with and I had no like real, you know, practice behind the whole crafting bit, I just didn't like stay with the game too long. But I love crafting in general. I just wish I had like more purpose behind it, but I guess if I was to play with friends finally, I guess that could change. But crafting would be something I would get myself involved in early, even if you didn't ask me to, because that's just something I always love in these games. It is, I've noticed. The fact that all these professions are just kind of like in touch with each other is crazy. And I know about the fact because I played the game enough to like get fully involved with the whole like crafting equipment, gathering equipment, all these tools, high quality item crafts from different professions. Like the fact that they're just like a big spider web is exactly the reason why I got so into it, because it was so damn deep. Like it's the deepest crafting system I've seen ever since like Vanilla WoW. I just like felt like I was in love with it. It's just that, yeah, I wish I could enjoy the game in other ways too. And I wanted to like, you know, feel like I was crafting for some purpose other than just like crafting for the sake of crafting. Oh, it's only the American servers? Interesting. But then again, how would a veteran know about the other servers business there? Is this like a guy that's been playing in all servers, or they have like contacts in different servers themselves? So they've been able to like, you know, get an understanding of the grip of all servers altogether. Because being able to know like how the game works all around the world and not just in your server is just crazy to me. Oh yeah, it is. It is. And there's also like the fact like when you had to do crafting so much or gathering that you had to get hundreds of pieces or something. Like let's say you go and farm for some bronze ore and such. Or like not bronze ore, of course, because you need it's like copper and tin. But like let's say you had to go for like iron ore and you gotta like get a few hundred of it to get your next stage. It is grindy. It can be a bit boring and monotonous, but when you get to a certain stage and you get yourself like the newest coolest gear, and you get yourself all the improvements for your other class, like other professions and classes and such that are involved with that profession, it is crazy good. I mean, that's why I love crafting. Crafting has that certain, like, you know, it has that consequential reward that it gives you always. And that's why I always love games that do involve crafting systems that actually feel relevant. So I obviously understand that. I absolutely understand why it's good. It's just that it would be nice if I like had other places. I just wish I could play with others too. Like I want to be able to like share my crafting in some way. So I guess in that sense, I do want to like eventually like, you know, be able to like play with friends. But that's gonna again come once I like, you know, have enough time for that. And if I like, you know, get myself involved enough with the game to like feel like I want to really like, you know, invest time into it. Yes, Moonlight Elf. That's me too. I want to have the whole checklist completed. And admittedly, I'm pretty neurotic about it. I'm saying hundreds because I was only in the early levels. I didn't go too far with it after all. But I can imagine like easily when you get to like crafting level 30, 40 plus, it's gonna be easy thousands. And that's fully expected. Yes. And Moonlight Elf also for me, like how I always tended to be self-sufficient in like something like WoW, for example. And WoW had these things like too that while you couldn't like do all the professions at once with any characters, which is kind of sad, it still had this system where you had to like get other trade goods from other professions to like do certain things. Like you would need leather for some certain items like cloth items, blacksmithing items. You would need belt buckles from blacksmiths to make some belts and such. You would need rods as an enchanter that come from blacksmiths and such. Like there was that certain like web going there too. And because I was so adamant about having all that to myself, I would oftentimes also just end up like getting everything. And that technically made me an Omnicrafter. The bad side is I couldn't just easily switch in between. I had to switch characters entirely. Level up an entire character for that. And you know, I've been there. I've been there. Just not like, I don't think WoW ever went to like the same amounts as Final Fantasy did. But at least Final Fantasy was good for like being like everything in one place. But honestly, if you're not a subscribed member and you don't have a retainer, it's kind of hard to like maintain an inventory for that. Like your inventory gets filled with all the stuff so quickly. Especially if you need all kinds of different items in there. I see. So that's mostly just for decorations. Oh, absolutely, Migo. I can expect that. No worries there. Like, I'm totally down for it. I just wish that I had a purpose to play in Final Fantasy 14. Like, it's just that feeling you get. Like, you play that game, you spend hours on it, but then you don't have, like, that attachment to it other than that. Like, why would I do this in here? Why would I not do this, like, say, in RuneScape or some other game that my friends are actually playing in? Because it's fun, but... yeah, MMOs, to me at least, are also about the emotional attachments. It's a great game, but if you're playing it alone, then it doesn't have that same meaning. Just like most MMOs would in general. Maybe I'm just like being overly attached to like certain feelings in an MMO. But I mean, that's just how it is for me at least. I want to have those friends around me when I play these games to support it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I actually remember too, like, when I was playing with my duo account with my friend, I would like do some, well, I would do like some material gathering, so-called off-camera. It was never recorded, but like when we're not playing together, I would just like keep grinding resources. And I would just like kind of over-gear myself with all the stuff I could make for that level. To the point where my crafting skills would be like 10 levels above my actual like job level, which is pretty funny. But I mean, that's what I did. But again, we didn't get far with it because, I don't know, we're both pretty busy nowadays. I got my content creation, they got their RuneScape, they've got their own jobs, their own school and such. We just haven't really gathered for Final Fantasy too often. I mean, we might again, because I'm gonna go to my friends, like, on Midsummer, like, the very same friends. Like, they're like two brothers, and one of them is the one I played Final Fantasy 14 with. We might play that, but then again, we might also just like play a little bit of RuneScape, and that's pretty much it. So, I don't know. And even then, like, if it's only gonna be for a week, then what's the point? If you're not gonna have any contingency behind that, then what would be the point of all for grinding? And even then, the sad point is that I don't think it's gonna be the same server as yours, so if you wanna really, like, you know, if I want to embrace you guys too, like Moonlight Elf and Miyako, and be the same server, most likely, if I want to stick to that, we'll have to start over. Of course, my friend wouldn't have any real purpose behind it, but at least for me there would be. And I don't think, at least, my friend would complain about having extra people to get to know when we have so little to lose at this point, since we are so low level. And to be honest, I'm really wondering, like, do I want to make a new character instead? Because, I started as a Highlander when I first played the game, and I liked that character a lot. But then I made, like, this kind of like I think it was an aura, like one of those dragon creatures. I made that as, like, the second account with my friend. And I gotta say, even though I liked the both characters, I really did like the Highlander style a lot. So I'm really wondering if I want to, like, have that to be, like, rather have something like that to be my final character that I would really like to be able to, like, immerse myself with, rather than the aura. Also, on another note, since we're talking about Final Fantasy 14 while playing Final Fantasy, other games of course, but I was thinking, how many people would, like, go ahead and just go check out other Final Fantasies beyond 14 out of curiosity once they start playing the MMO, and then find out, like, how different these games are and be like, Final Fantasy, but Final Fantasy 14 is great, or something like that. Like, I wonder what the general opinion of other Final Fantasy games is in the Final Fantasy 14 community. Are these all just, like, down bad Final Fantasy 4, like Final Fantasy franchise fans, or are they more like just I'm here just for the MMO, nothing else kind of deal? Listen, I don't remember how that race was like, to be honest, so I can't say what you mean by that. To be honest, Moonlight Elf, I don't mean to be judgmental, but I really expected you to be a halfling. Or tiefling. Just kinda. Oh, it's an elf. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, I guess that makes more sense for you. But you cannot tell me that you didn't have some idea that you might want to make yourself a tiefling, because they're just absolutely cute. I mean, I would be pretty convinced. It's just that a tiefling doesn't really fit my image, in a way. I kind of want to like stick to that certain like, you know, male standard, or like this certain like male fantasy of like how strong, how like a big bulky character you have for like all your warrior needs, but well, I guess that's just, you know, something that gets in the way of becoming something like the tiefling. No, 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 absolutely not. Oh, it was a Lalafell. Oh, okay, so it was a Lalafell. Yeah, okay. Where was the tiefling again from? Was it like from D&D? No, that was from... No, that was from... That was halfling, right? Where did I get... Wow. I'm sorry, but yeah, I meant the like the half-size thing. I guess that was the Lalafell. And no, I will not make a small, tiny midget creature, okay? It doesn't fit my fantasy at all. They're funny, they're cute, but I don't intend to like look cute and funny. I intend to look badass. Oh, I see. Okay. Then I guess halflings were just from LOTR then. I freaking knew it. I freaking figured it would have some ties to Lalafell, Moonlight Elf. I so knew it. Damn it. I mean, of course, I could not have known that, but I figured. It kind of suits you in a way. I don't know. But then again, I forgot about the elves existing too, so I guess that makes complete sense. Actually, wait, why would I forget about... Why would I forget about elves? Of course. Lancers and such. I would learn all that stuff in there, and also leverworking. God, how do... Man, I didn't think that one through at all. Of course there were elves. It just completely slipped my mind. Okay, so I guess halflings are just regular and tieflings are like the demon variants of this stuff. Fair enough, fair enough. The more you know. 2 items and not a single bronze tail. Come on, man. Well, I'm getting like cooking with all these items. Yeah, I was figuring as much. The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the Isengard, the Isengard, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits. Blah, can't talk. The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the Isengard, the Isengard, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, God, God, God. Ba 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 ba. What do you mean Lalafells are a sin, Migo? Do you have any deep running vendettas for Lalafells for some reason? Because I think you'll have to do a lot of explanation in here. There's a lot of explaining you'll have to do to justify your statement against Lalafells. They're cute. How can I say no to the cuteness? Oh yes, Moonlight Elf. Being Poppy, basically. I understand that reasoning because they're like thinking that at the same time it's so small, but yet at the same time so damn sturdy. It just like defies everything that, you know, makes sense. It's just like that opposite reaction. I understand that completely. Like, let's say a gnome tank in WoW, for example. I can see like why people would do that. But you know, I thought you would like just like want to have a Lalafell too, just because they're Lalafells. Just because they're what they are. Man, I didn't think it would be so much into the memes there. Moonlight Elf. I'm quite impressed. What? Upskirting? What do you mean by that? I don't understand at all without context. You mean like they're making fun of like taller races? Which means basically everything that is not a Lalafell. Or is it what I think what it is right now? Like they're just devious. They're naughty. Or something like that. Nah, I don't think that would be it. Obviously not. A tent. Ah. Still no bronze tail. How many tents do I have already? 5. Alright, that's a good start. At least I don't have to buy any. Good lord. But yeah, I still need my explanation. What does this upskirting as Lalafells mean? Like, how does this make... What do you mean by this, and why does this make Lalafells a sin? Because I think Lalafells are just funny. But then again, I'm just a noob. Only like a freshman into the world of Final Fantasy Online. So, there may be some untold stories that I have not been made aware of. And I might regret my statement of calling Lalafells cute. But I guess that's up to you to let me know. Oh, hold on. Did it get, like, moderated? There could be a chance that... There could be a possibility that maybe your message got moderated by YouTube. I could see if the automod moderated it over on this side, but since you're on YouTube side, I don't know. I mean, I guess I could also open up my stream on YouTube side too, but that would just, like, cause me internet problems, I think. So, maybe not, but it would still, like, stall me a little bit. So, I do rather avoid doing that, because I don't think, for the most part, I need that, but... Lolabots are banned. Well, I mean, fair. I guess it would count for lollies, basically, and, you know, we know how most people think about that. And how, like, I think people should think about that, but, you know. There are certain peoples and deviants that don't agree with this statement. So, you know. I mean, lolas are tiny. I guess that kind of gives you some simple mental connections to some people, and not the good kinds. But I mean, there are cases when like YouTube does sometimes just like remove messages without any kind of like warning, at least in comment sections. I don't know if it's really happening on live streams. Maybe Restream Budget has like some filtering system, which I don't know of. But I'll have to look into that a bit. Oh my god, it actually is what I thought it was, like after a minute later. It actually is just them being devious and naughty. Oh my god. Why do they do that? Are they horny? Or are they just doing it just to mess with people? Just for the sake of messing with them? Because, man, that's crazy. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that since I'm a Lalafell, or if I was to make a Lalafell, for example, what does it, like, say? Like, would I really be the same type? Or am I gonna be brandished into that sort of, like, mold forever because I am a Lalafell? Am I not gonna escape that fact? Huh. I mean, fair. For the lolly purpose, I would agree with that, but... Come on, can't people just like cute things? At least I would. But then again, you know, it can give many different understandings or opinions about that. I don't know. Abomination? Now, amigo, that's just plain rude. Why would you say that? They're cute. Why would you just like rip on them like this? Really? So that's just like all the Lalafell players are just generally toxic or something like that? Or like at least most of them? Dude, yeah, that doesn't bode well for like how Lalafell's popularity like reflects in the game. I mean, at least wanna feel like I'm always a wholesome guy regardless of like what character I'm playing with, but I guess that doesn't apply for everyone. Damn, that's sad. What would you say actually like is the most toxic or like the most friendliest race stereotype on the game? I'm not saying that I'm trying to like pick my race based on like which seems to be like the most popular within players, but just curious. Let me guess, are those gentle giants from the port town gonna be like the most wholesome parts of the community? Because like we had a similar thing in WoW at least, that at least in WoW, all Taurens generally are known to be like pretty chill people, but I don't know if that's because they're tall or because they just have this certain like, you know, silliness to them because they can moo and such. So, well, you can tell me. If there is that like, you know, the larger means more wholesome thing though, I think that would mean like the big white creatures from the port town would be like the ones that, you know, would be the ones that would probably like be the most jealous people in the game. You're Giraffe Neck? Are you one of the giraffes too, Moonlight Elf? How come you're saying this? Are you like self-conscious about you having a long neck in real life or something? Or does your character have a long neck? And if it does, then why would you make that? What made you pick a long neck, or is it something you cannot change? I don't remember how well the Final Fantasy 14 customization options were, but I guess it would at least give you pretty specific attributes you can choose. Migote. And let me guess, is Migote exactly what I was thinking of? Migote. Oh, yeah, the cat people. Yeah, these things. Okay, fair enough. Or at least the furry creatures. So are these the toxic or the wholesome people? I'm not gonna make any guesses yet. I wanna see what you guys are gonna tell me. The animal people. In the meantime, I'm gonna go get myself a juice again, because I'm out, but I'll be back in just a minute. BRB. Wholesome but dime a dozen. So, I mean, fair. I understand, like, I would say that Migote would be, like, pretty popular. Given that it does have, like, certain, like, elements that do make them pretty, but they are pretty attractive in their own ways. Like, they are unique, they are cool, they can be cute and such. Like, there's lots, like, about them. But what does this mean about the dime a dozen? Are you like telling me that they're also like one of the most popular things, which means like there's also gonna be the bad apples along them? So it's not like the Migote are gonna be just objectively just always nice people. And also, yeah, elephants are known for having long necks to the point of being a meme. Okay, so it is like something that doesn't go away anywhere. I see. Peaks of fashion icons. Are we like talking like in the in-game lore? Or are we like saying that like the most popular like character models or like, you know, character designs made are mostly elephants? I mean, I guess it makes sense, but really? Rogadins. Let me try to guess. Are like Rogadins like some of those taller like human like taller human races, and then like women just like get well muscular because of that? Because I mean, I'm thinking of the Highlander character that I had at some point, and I guess they were human too. Or are they like... Wait, was Rogadin actually like the port town types? Like the big, white, bulky creatures? And that also includes women? I mean, I remember men being just like... kind of like tall and big and just like, you know, just wide. But I don't recall about women, to be honest. Let me actually search them up real quick, out of curiosity. Rogadin. Oh, yep, that's the things I was thinking about. These are the creatures that you can find in Limsa Lominsa. Now that I remember finally the town name. But yeah, these are like the guys I was thinking about, like, you know, the Rogadin nails. I would like think them to be like some of the most wholesome people, because like I was thinking of the tall theory. That the bigger they are, the more wholesome they are. Gentle giants. Because it's like one of those classes or like those races that most people wouldn't play because they are just not, you know, pleasing to the eye necessarily. For the most people, but it just like fits for people that just like have this certain gentle element to them. Bronzedale, finally! One more, finally, thank God. Heroes are boring people. Ouch. My hero Highlander just like, you know, hit his knee on that one. Roast them to be chill AF. Lalas are either French or Japanese players. Amigotes are Amigotes. Hope so too, Timor. That would be great. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense for Rogan women to be muscle moms, but I was like thinking about like the actual, like, you know, the player stereotypes about these. But also, Migo, do you want to like give your own take on this? Like, why do you say like Migotes are Migotes? Because like Miyako said they're Diamond Dozen, but what is your own interpretation of this whole Migote situation? Are you like just telling me that they can be anything, given how popular they are? And I mean, I can understand like the heroes being boring people in a certain way, because I mean, at least like playing a human in a fantasy world in World of Warcraft, for example, is often considered to be like for boring people. But I don't know, I guess it depends a lot on the situation. Grayskin elephants are apparently a unicorn. What am I supposed to like, you know, glean from that? What do you mean by like actually being a unicorn? Just like straight up holy creatures, or just majestic, mystical? I don't know. That's a weird analogy for that. But I mean, I guess that makes sense too, like, you know, elephants having that. I mean, I can expect like, because elves are oftentimes slender and tall, so it like gives a lot of display, while not like overextending any parts of the whole, you know, of the fashion piece. But I mean, I wouldn't be the one to really play elephants myself. I mean, I do like elves as a race in most games and series and such, but I don't think I would play one myself. But yeah, that's actually pretty sad though, because I mean... Actually, never mind. Yeah, this actually does at least give me some kind of like conclusion to this, so that Rogadins are actually pretty cool people in general. Like, it still does like kind of like serve a purpose or like a point towards the idea that like tall people are oftentimes chill in these games. Like, Rogadins being the same as Taurens in a way, like being chill AF. You know, I can see myself playing at Roganin because I feel comfortable with that in certain ways, because like, while I played Tauren before, I got nothing against bulky characters. And if they got some certain silly factor to it, I would most likely play it, but I don't know yet. Would I pick a race that I played before? Or would I pick a race that it was something that I never played before? Because I want to like make new discoveries or something like that, I don't know. Actually, yeah, Miyako, Migo is actually not from EU, so yeah, they would most likely be playing in the North American service. Migo is like in this French-Canadian sector, so to speak. So they are kind of like EU, but kind of not, but they are located in the American region. You could say that officially they consider themselves to be French, but, well... They are still from Canada, or like from the North American municipality. I didn't say you were Canadian. I said you consider this to be a French, but you are in the region. Or was it like in the North America? Was it like in the North America, not in Canada? Brr, US. In US, not Canada. Because I tend to forget that small detail, but I know you're at least from the North American region. And you consider yourself to be French still. Because you're living in the French section of it. We're talking about the rarity of these things. Are elephants really not that well often played? How come if people often think them to be like very good fashion models? Do they just like stand out to be like nothing else impressive in any other ways? No, 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 Migo. No, no. I'm not talking about your... I'm not talking about your nationality. I'm talking about your geographical location. It's very different. I mean, you are quite a few hours behind compared to me, so that's just a geological fact. Yeah, so I guess like the whole thing about elephants being perverts are like a very American thing, or like from the North American region server thing, but I don't know, man. So I guess like, I don't know how like that reflects the EU, like what Migo said about his server, or like, you know, how the people would be in his server himself. But I guess even then, like, many of these things should apply in some way. Oi, oi, Timor. Don't say that. Don't say that. I'm not gonna repeat you because I don't want Migo to understand that I said that. Because I would not. How dare you? Hrothgar. Who were Hrothgar again? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, still, like on the EU side at least, how come elephants are so rare? If the people think they are very good fashion models, then why do nobody play them? Or is it just like the purely like the gray skinned ones? Oh, I see. Okay. I mean, fair. I have had my own interactions with French people too. Not to say that like, you know, they're bad overall, but for the few people that I have seen to be admitted to be French that I played with, I gotta say the experience hasn't always been the most wholesome. But I don't want to like generalize that to be the case with everyone. But then again, oftentimes French people are also found in like French exclusive servers. So we don't actually see them that often in like some EU servers for some reason. I guess French is like big enough to get their own dedicated servers. Or maybe they just oftentimes don't want to talk about like or talk in any other language than French. Maybe they're not comfortable with English. I don't know. Alright, Demon Empress Miyako, I appreciate your honesty on this case. And honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with like being honest about your own experiences. Like, your experiences are your experiences. Like, that doesn't take anything away. It's just that I would never say that because you are French, for example. That fact that I had a couple bad interactions with French means that you're gonna be a bad person too. I never want to make assumptions. I don't like stereotypes. But at least for some extent, there is like that certain like, you know, expectation. But I tend to keep those pretty low. I think every single person to be a unique experience, regardless of where they are from. But I mean, I understand that too, like Miyako, too, as well, that when people wanna, like, if there is an option to, like, play in their own regional, queuing system or something like that, and then they, like, still impose on talking in a language that isn't, like, suitable for English. Like, I think in general that if you are imposing, like, to be selfish, to not, like, you know, adhere by the expected common ground rules of being in a certain community or a certain, like, language barrier, it kind of sucks that, you know, people are not willing to bend for that. I mean, they're just making everyone else's life difficult. But, well, I don't think like all French people are in general are just bad. I don't think that's just French people. I've seen that lots with like, you know, also with like Asian players and also like with some other, like, I can't really say right now like what exactly are the languages that really stuck out, but it hasn't been just French. It goes everywhere, honestly. And I mean, that's fair enough, Moonlight Elf. I mean, I think it's fully possible that, like, if there really is, like, a neck problem for elephants, I guess they are just, like, something that people have a very big complex with. But, I mean, if they're otherwise just okay slender, I guess it's okay. But I guess the first impression is that Elezen is in the class or the race they want to go with at first glance. I guess even for you, Moonlight Elf, like the reason you went for Elezen is because you have a fascination for elves in general, judging from your name and of course, like, you know, your profile and such. So, like, you like elves a lot, so why would you not want to become an elf? But for others that don't feel more neutral about it, I'm just gonna want to go for something that looks good on first glance. So I guess Elezens just are not there. Yeah, I mean, fair. And I'm not saying at all, like, Miyako, that you have anything wrong with that expression. I think it's, like, fair and square that, like I said, we all have had some bad experiences too. It can be connected to some nationality, it can be connected to just some certain person, but, you know, it just doesn't mean that, like, all that nationality, if there is, like, any, like, you know, imposing factors to it, that doesn't mean everyone in that region is gonna be bad. So yeah, I tend to be pretty individually accepting too. I am pretty open-minded with this kind of stuff in general. Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. You're not gonna just, like, impose your own language on others if it's not a place where you're supposed to do that. If you wanna speak Finnish, go in a Finnish server. If you wanna talk English, go in an English server. It's that simple. I don't understand why, you know, people have to, like, you know, pretend they don't know it because they just want to have better queue times. And when it's a game that requires communication, pretend like that isn't, like, something that's gonna be an issue. Like, if we have that situation where we have somebody that cannot talk the language, but they just want to join something because they want to get faster queues or just, like, you know, just want to be there just because, you know, it just doesn't, you know, it's just, like, bad habits. Just, like, bad sportsmanship. I mean, fair, but then again, I mean, Flife just has most of the German people in it, so if you want to see me meme about anything else but Germans, then, you know, we shouldn't talk about Flife. And I mean, overall, I don't tend to, like, honestly have anything bad to say about any culture or region or language in general. I don't got much else to say about anything else but Finnish, of course, because, you know, I know lots about Finnish people because I'm Finnish myself. And I can rip on my own Finnish people too, because I fucking hate their race English. But the point here is that, you know, I don't have that kind of, like, a distinction thing that I just hate a certain group of people. I don't have that. I love and hate everyone equally, for the most part. Some people may stand out in a certain way, but it isn't tied to their region. It just depends on, like, you know, how great of a person they are themselves. Oh, speaking German. Well, I mean, fair, but I don't know any other language than just Finnish, English, and maybe a little bit of German and such. And I mean, even then for German, I wouldn't say I'm, like, fluent at it, so of course I would rip it. Like, the only language I don't have proper fluency on, and I wouldn't rip at least too often, would most likely be Japanese, but, you know, I do have my moments too. And I will certainly not assume that I will be able to keep myself fluent when I'm talking for hours on stream. Like, I will most certainly, like, something will be broken language, obviously, but that's just how it is. But I don't do it for the sake of memeing on Germans. I do it because simply I don't know how to speak my language, or the language in question. And because I don't know how to speak myself. At least at times. Like, occasionally it does feel like I'm having a hard time just to try to, like, focus on making sure that I don't, like, lose my understanding of how my, you know, jaw moves, how my, like, you know, mouth muscles move. Because as soon as I, like, stop, like, giving a grip, then I might just forget how to pronounce things and such. Like, it just, like, happens to come with territory when you, like, talk so much. Like, do you guys know? Yesterday, I talked for practically 12 hours straight. There were some small breaks in between, but 12 hours. And, you know, that's just not something that's unusual for me. I got these streams, I got my friend groups, I got my other, like, you know, hanging out with friends every now and then on occasion. I just, you know, I think I'm just really overworking my moving muscles with, like, when it comes to talking. I just, like, lose grip easily nowadays. if I don't like really like train it. Oh yeah, I understand. Like, I figured that's what you meant because we were talking about my own German skill. But I mean, that's just reality that it does, you know, even though I don't intend it, because I don't know how to pronounce German appropriately, some may interpret it as like me not actually like, you know, or they might interpret it as me trying to rip on Germans. Just because I don't speak their language appropriately. But I mean, that's like, you know, dependent on like how much people know about me. Like, some may consider it that it's just me being silly because I don't know how to speak their language, but also, like, on another note, also, it may just, like, you feel like an offense coming to some people, but hey, that's the internet. Of course that would happen. Some people are gonna take it the wrong way, some people aren't. That's just the way of things. That's how it is. But I mean, yeah, there isn't really any other language I would have really used on the stream, and the one time I did... I mean, Timur, are you referring to that time when I, like, actually turned my Flife game language German for a bit, and I decided to, like, try to spell out different words that was in there, and then I would just be, like, ripping on it, like, not intentionally, but I was having fun with it, just trying to pronounce things that I don't understand or know, like, what they even mean. Because, I mean, of course, like, in that situation, I would be pretty much, like, memeing around, but not for that language itself, but because how much I suck at German myself. Nothing much, Migo. I'm still missing one tail. And I was talking about German language and how much I suck at it. Pretty much. How I just, I meme around with German language. Or, like, there was that one time when I did. I think it was, like, during one of my Flife live streams way back when. When I was, checking out title names and such while I was playing the game in German. At least I guess that's what it was about. And I gotta say, I certainly am not a fluent German speaker, but that's okay. But my intentions are never to hurt anyone with whatever I say. I do say sometimes what I mean, but I never mean to like cause that to like hurt anyone. Unless I really have a reason to hurt somebody, but oftentimes I don't. Sorry, Migo, there was no French people slander at all. I promise you. I don't do French people slander. I told you. I don't rip on people's nationality. That isn't my thing. And it will never will be. Period. Also, Moonlight Elf, I'm sorry, but I like, you know, in this whole like German topic, I totally missed your message about like the liking elves is an understatement. Then do you want to describe what is your passion level for elves? Is there anything that like serves as a feat of strength for like a pillar, sort of like a pillar stone? Or whatever, like the milestone for like showing like how much you have passion for elves? What do you have to demonstrate for this fact? Oh yeah, we can start with the Philippine slander. There's no reason for us to hold back on that. At least not with the Flight community. Paboof po. Nah, not really. Even though Filipino players have mostly been a plague in like most of the like the Flife servers, like regardless of where you are. Even then, I don't want to hate just Filipinos just like not knowing English. They're gonna be hard to communicate with if they don't know any, but you know, they're just players like anybody else. I want to have faith that there are decent Filipino players out there. And I don't mean like decent as in like good players, but like decent people. No, amigo, we're not gonna get bronze tails like that. We had to suck it out of them. We had to punch them in the face for them to drop the bronze tail to me. They're not gonna just give them to us. They're not freebies. Look, you know, I'm not easy to get scammed. So, like, you know, I'm not gonna just, you know, listen to that shit. I mean, fair. But let's just say this, Lady Moonlight Elf. Out of all the characters that you have, how many do you roughly have that are actually elves? I think that could also give me some kind of like understanding, a benchmark as to like how big your fascination for elves is. And I mean, of course, like, you know, elves from Lord of the Rings are amazing. Of course they would be an inspiration if anybody heard about elves. But how does it stand out that it's specifically elves and nothing else that's in your mind? Migo, that's all the Filipino you understand. Please. Sorry, Migo, but sadly I do not go with the Filipino standards of like just getting everything for free. I will go with the fact that I will get my stuff for my own. Because when I do grind the things on my own, it feels freaking amazing when I'm done. This one more tail, I'm gonna be just like living the life when it happens. That one fucking tail. One tail. It's already been 4 hours of grinding total, most likely. A tail an hour. For an item that has a fairly common drop rate. Honestly, quite disappointed that it's taken this long. Now, where would be the last summon be? One of the rare summons. Because if I get it now, like at some point by accident, then at least I won't have to do the harder grinds later. Migo. I'm also very stubborn at like, also like, you know, using ignore. I'm not talking just about the ignore command, but, you know, I'm very good at closing stuff out. And if you're gonna touch me to get my attention, I will call the cops. Because I have my right for my own touch-free experience. Hands-free. If it ain't a bother to... As long as, you know... As long as you actually aren't able to just like open up my pocket willy-nilly without my permission, I will not give you what you want. Because I simply do not respect people who are not willing to work hard for their own things that they want. If you're just gonna go ahead and just like go begging for it, no thank you. You don't deserve my respect in that regard. Yes, Timor, for example. But also to remind you that this is also not limited to just Filipinos. There are also English-speaking people that do the same thing. It just may not feel as annoying because they're not the exact same words every single time. But you get the point. I understand there's a very strong stigma with this, and for a good reason. Because we often do get like, you know, oftentimes when we interact with Philippines in that game, it's oftentimes gonna be something about begging. But it's not just Filipinos, so people like the others. That's it. Respect. Equally. If I see a good Filipino, good for you. If I see a bad Filipino, screw you. If I see a bad other person, screw you too. If I see a good person in general though, nice. You're welcome too. But Migo, did you ever expect the Spanish Inquisition? Because I think, you know, that's the thing you should be really fearing. They're gonna come raid your party. They're gonna take it from you. They're gonna sell it. And they're gonna just use it for their own purposes. If I'm asking. Also, like on a real note, I didn't even know that Spanish people asking for a Leech party was actually like a real thing. Or like a thing to be concerned about. Maybe that's like something more to your region, like the NA servers, Migo. I don't know, but not a problem I've come across myself, honestly. I don't know. Oh, I see, yeah. Like, elves are accurate, they are pretty intelligent and such, like there is a lot of gracefulness to them. I understand that reason. But I just wanted to like see you like token of valor as to like why elves are like the #1 thing for you. But I think that, you know, is enough description to that. Like you have lots of different traits related to elves that you are very into. Of course, not all elves are accurate archers. Not everyone is like a sage or a wisdom or like some wisdom bearer. Like not elves are like that. But oftentimes elves are the ones that are best at it. So, you know, I understand you. And also, we all gotta love the Legolas effect. You know, that hair bouncing around. It's the best. And to be honest, the guy who acted as Legolas, they are actually just gorgeous, straight up. They really did their elf role pretty well. The best elf of all the Lord of the Rings. Galadriel. Oh, do you mean like that old woman that was like talking with Frodo at some point? Yeah. I mean, I don't think like that switch flipping is kind of common for elves, but still, an interesting little feature that there is there. That maybe there's more to elves than like, you know, one might expect or like what there might seem. Some things that they may keep hidden reserved. Like they're very composed, but they can also like explode maybe. But I don't think that's, again, common with elves. Maybe that's a very Galadriel thing. I will say it again, old woman. Max middle-aged, but still old woman. I will say it. Deal with it. Oh, hi there, Jordan. Welcome back, bro. What brought you back? What were you doing? What made you leave before? But I mean, for me at least, I actually used to be like, you know, I used to be going around with my glasses for quite a while, but it was like about 5 years ago when I started to feel like I really need some. I wasn't able to like properly like make out things on the board from like the middle of the class. So I decided I need to make sure that I can see shit. So I got my first glasses, and now it's gotten to the point like I was at first using glasses only occasionally. But nowadays, I'm just like using glasses pretty much permanently. Because I feel like my eyes gonna like go without them. I wish it could be like something I could revert in some way to improve my eyesight, but, well, not much I can do about it. And like me just like taking them off is gonna help me with anything. Oh yes, there it was Orlando Bloom. In that as well as in Pirates of the Caribbean. Who's one wonderful actor. Oi, what are you calling fake, Migo? That hair was obviously genuine. Obviously. But I mean, I can still understand though, like, where you're coming from, Moonlight Elf. Like, I can understand, like, you have lots of different details you like about elves. But definitely, like, you know, I think Lord of the Rings made a pretty good rendition of the elves. But I don't think any other, like, fantasy universe, like, regarding elves has, like, done much to, like, you know, disregard that idea. To, like, you know, sully that nature. I think many other elves are also taking inspiration from Lord of the Rings. So you could say, like, the Lord of the Rings elves are making a pretty strong medium as to, like, what elves are made to be nowadays. Except for Japan, where Japanese elves are, like, you know, let's not talk about that, okay? Let's just, like, say that anime and elves don't really go well together if you're thinking about gracefulness. It's quite the opposite, but if you want to find out more, then, well, I think I'm gonna leave that for you to find out. Oh no, not the eyebrows, dude. But if I had to pick the better of the two, I guess I had to, like, say fake eyebrows. Obviously, like, the hair is genuine. Definitely, 100%. How do you say that, Jordan? You seem to be awfully suspicious. You're trying to be pretty much on denial on here. I feel like you're hiding something from us. That's very suspicious. Are you sure you didn't make Jordan's eyebrows? Right, not Jordan's, Orlando's eyebrows. Are you sure about that? No involvement at all? Can you say that straight to me with all honesty, that you had nothing to do with this? But yeah, also, like, on that note though, Moonlight Elf, do you have any other inspirations for elves then, other than Lord of the Rings? Like, did anything else about the elves, like, attract you, like, anywhere else? Or has it been, like, mostly, like, riding on the Lord of the Rings shit, and you've been, like, building up on that ever since? Jordan, that is not related to Orlando Bloom at all. If you really wanna beat the Nile, then go tell that to the Egyptians of the ancient times. It's not my problem. But anyway, tell me more about Orlando Bloom. How much did you have to do with this whole production of him becoming an elf? How much did you have to do with it? Were you the director? What did you do? Oh, I see. Smart, very smart. But that's not the Nile I was talking about. I was talking about denial. Not the actual river, but about the word denial. If you don't know what denial means, go ahead and look it up. But the point is, you're hiding something from us. And we need answers. No distractions. Stick to the point. What did you have to do with Jordan? No, not Jordan. Orlando Bloom. What did you do? That would be funny. I've never seen such talkative eyebrows before. Oh, I know where is Moonlight Elf. See you soon. What? He broke his spine and legs? I never heard of that. How come you have such information like that? And what makes you think I can believe that? You're hiding something about related to your connection and relationship to Orlando Bloom and his appearance as Legolas in the Lord of the Rings movies. You had something to do with it, right? Spill the beans. If you have any beans. You must have some beans. Yeah, I think that's just in his back pocket or something like that. Obviously, like, Jordan is like an all-powerful entity. Most certainly. Jordan, free time is an illusion. Stop lying to us. You just devoted your time on research about that. And in the end, you realized that you were obsessed with Orlando Bloom. My gosh, I should have known. His relationship with Orlando Bloom was always much more than just merely intimate. He was always deeply passionate about him. Always interested. And not in just a completely platonic way. Yep. Time is costly. Time is premium. Oh, I see. But even then, even if it is your favorite Lotto character, it still doesn't mean that it was free time. You spent your precious time on something else you should have done instead. Well, while you were at work, instead of like doing your office job from 9 to 5, instead you decided to open up your internet website and just search up Legolas and Orlando Bloom. You spent your precious time you should have used for work very much 100% effectively. Instead, you grabbed a cup of coffee, laid back, and decided to look up on Orlando Bloom. Admit it. 2K free every month? God damn. Now that's a stud. I don't even remember who the Tom Bombadil was, to be honest. But I mean, I guess that's the travesty here, I suppose. Well, I appreciate your opinion, Miko. Even though I may not remember them at all, I value your opinion. It's your favorite? I accept that. What extra features? Spit it out, Jordan. What do you have to say for yourself? Also, I'm just gonna say at this point, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I have this feeling that I think that sand fever is getting back to us. I think we're just losing our minds like the more time we're spending in here. I think like all this topic and talking about Orlando Bloom is just making us go crazy. Or rather, the sand is making us go crazy, and we just ended up having some extreme delusions regarding Orlando Bloom, and here we are. We're suffering, but we are relishing it. Jordan, your DVD is a joke. You don't have DVDs. It was some stupid ass illusion that was given to you to think you own something that you could play things with. But instead, it was some machination that was making you come up with that lie. But in reality, that information was sucked into you, or just like, it was just like dataed out into you. And you don't realize it. Why? Because either you're in denial, or somebody is making you hide the secret. They have your lips sealed very tightly. Oh yes, we all blame the elves, of course, and it's completely fair. I think there's always we can blame something about, like, elves are sly. We can always blame elves for something. If there's no other person we can blame. Like, the pudding that was left for my wife, suddenly gone from the fridge. Oh yeah, even though I have like some pudding on my face, you know, blame the elves. Obviously the elves came in overnight and just stole your pudding. There's nothing related to like me at all with that situation. It's a perfect scapegoat. They would 100% believe you. Real life pro tip though, don't actually use that excuse. If you're busted, you know, caught red-handed, obviously you shouldn't lie about that. You're gonna get into real trouble with that. Or you're gonna just make matters worse. Most likely. Unless your wife is really good at lying, or like just likes those little puns. Unless they like you being silly. But yeah, don't steal your wife's pudding. My advice. Ask them to give you the pudding. And if they say no, you still grab it, because at least at the very least, they know that you were asking for it. So, you know, they are not completely unexpecting it. Absolutely. But nah. Well, I think there are many things we can blame about here. Or we can blame many things here about our current situation. But the only problem is me, I, and myself. For the fact that I just have to get these items. Why? Because some random ass guy on the internet came to me and told me that I need to get 5 of these. For what purpose? I don't know. I have some vague understanding. But why does it like feel relevant to me now? It doesn't. It just doesn't. But I know it has to happen, so it will happen. How many hours has it been? It's been almost 5 hours in Isengard. And I'm already losing my sanity. Guys, we need some help. We haven't even gotten away from the starting area. And it's still already been almost 5 hours. Almost as long as Edge's tail. This is effing ridiculous. And Timor, why would you go down to blaming me? This wasn't my idea. Okay, me staying here is my idea, but the act of farming bronze tiles in here was not my idea. Migo, no, I don't think it's skill issue, because if it's completely about drops, I think it's a drop issue, not a skill issue, but maybe that's just like me. Maybe I'm just going crazy. And also, on another note, is it okay for me to have 20,000 gil at this point in the game? Like, is it normal? After buying all the items I can get? Because, I'm about to reach that point. Just an aim issue, huh? Timur, have you ever thought about this fact that maybe this whole, like, you know, aim issue thing is just like a figment of your imagination? Like, it was never my issue to begin with, but you just want to call it that because you don't want to, like, admit the reality of me just having bad luck. Every single time. Every single time. You want to blame me? You know it not to be true. but it just makes you feel good about yourself. Isn't that right? Why would you do that? It's weird. It's embarrassing. It's hurtful. It hurts my soul. Assuming I have one. Timor, RNG. Sometimes you have good moments, and sometimes you have bad moments. Okay, yes, I got myself another goblin summon at 0.4%. Yes, I understand, but that's still luck. RNG. Here I am, sitting, farming bronze tails, which are supposedly 40% drop chance almost, if you get a common drop item in general. Yet here I am still after 4+ hours, still looking for tails. I'm a tail chaser. I'm gonna grab some kitties and bring them back home. But nay, luck is not on my side. And I'm gonna hold my toilet break until I get myself the actual tail drop. Until then, I'll stay constipated, okay? I'll be constipated until I find myself the tail. Period. Migo, Timor just doesn't trust me, like, you know. They just think, like, I don't have bad luck. Simply because I've gotten a goblin summon twice. But it's RNG. It can happen to anyone. And this can happen to anyone. There's nothing about me having bad luck or good luck. Like, it's only a one-time thing. I may have good luck on something, but that doesn't mean I have good luck in everything in general. And it seems that I have an extremely bad luck with anything that has to do with common drop rates. But when it comes to real bad drop rates, I seem to have a very good luck. But that's again situational. Mind Flayer took us 11 hours. That wasn't lucky. So it's all in your head, Timor. You're just loathful. You just hate me. We know you hate me. Because this is all coming down to DK Mines, isn't it? Everything else you want to slander me about is about my DK My story. Or your DK My story. Nothing else, right? You and your spitefulness. It's suffocating. Also, is there really gonna be any reason for me to have all this money? Is there gonna be a purpose for it? Because it would kinda suck that I don't have anything else to buy with these characters at this point. Because then I'm gonna put all this 20k to use. Because I don't think I'll need the 20k anymore once we catch up with Palom. Since when we do, we'll be pretty much swimming in money. I'll guess. Also, why do I have 8 Discord pings? People are crazy. Why is it that in my most critical moments, I am the most wanted person in the world, but when I'm alive, kicking well, doing all fine, I'm available, nobody cares about me in the world. Nobody. What is happening? You people are weird. Do you just, like, find pleasure in just, you know, distracting me exactly when I'm busy? What do you mean about your plan, Timor? Please elaborate. Well, I mean, I guess you could call that stonks, Miyako, but then again, there's a thing that it's all gonna just pile up instead of, like, equally distributing all the labor in between places. Now I'll just have a long reading session of 5 minutes once I'm done with the stream. And you know, that's cool and all, but it could have been done at a better time before I started streaming, for example. People just have the weirdest times to get this done. Or maybe they know exactly because I'm streaming, it's a perfect time to message me. Alright, Timor. Thank you. Thank you. At least you don't hate me that much. You may, you know, want to, like, you know, I'm gonna behead you and take you over to the gulags. Kind of hate me. But at least you're not like the kind of like, I'm gonna cast Armageddon on you and throw you into the deepest pits of hell. Kind of hate me. So I think we're, like, you know, on good terms in that regard. We're getting somewhere. Where's my item? You're so close. My butt is tingling. Because like I said, I'm gonna make myself constipated until I'm done with this shit. Little shit. Curse to sandworms. Good idea, Timor. What if I just go into the castle and come back? Maybe that's gonna help me. Maybe that's gonna be my answer. It's worked me so far every single time. I got to the castle 5 times, at least, by accident. And I found 1 tail. So obviously there is a connection between going to the castle and coming back in. Or like coming back out. Clearly, there is a phasing issue. But maybe that's all in my head too. But you know what? There's all sorts of things wrong in my head, so who cares? We'll try it anyway. At least it isn't a waste. Only like 3 seconds. I just don't want to deal with the goblins now. They're useless to me. Wasn't it so that only the centipedes and the sandworms can drop me the items I need? The bronze tails? Because then I certainly don't have to kill the goblins if I don't really feel like doing it. But then again, I don't want to like flee from too many fights because I might drop kill too. And I know I got plenty, but that doesn't mean I just want to like start willy-nilly throwing it away either. But yeah, confirm me if I'm wrong about this. About like which enemies again drop the bronze tails. Because that's like, you know, last stream's information that I may have forgotten about. Alright, Migo. Alright, Migo. Let's go for it then. Ah, that was a golden needle. Close enough. But I mean, I think I'll pass on that. At least I want to believe that I have a better chance of me getting a silver tail in here than me getting a bronze tail. Or, I mean, me getting a goblin. So, let's assume the next rare thing I'll find is a silver tail. Not a goblin summon. But even then, at least I'm happy that I don't have to go through those hard summons for too long. Once I get actually to, like, all the summon of collecting. At least 100% in this game would be a complete pain in the ass. Now with the Mind Flayer out of the way. Although, honestly, I think 100% in this game too is gonna take quite a bit of time. Once I'm done playing this game. Like, I actually talked about this on my Discord server. I had this thing that I have with the Final Fantasies that I usually just play these games through the best I can, but I don't 100% these on stream. So I just like do all the relevant bits and then I like, you know, clean off all the edges, like brush up the corners, like on my own off stream. And I was going to do that with Final Fantasy 2 since I'm already 100% in Final Fantasy 1. But then I found out that my Final Fantasy 2 playthrough, I was only missing 3 bestiary entries as well as some levels on skills and magic. Or no, on weapons and magic. And in that exchange, I realized that one of the enemies I missed was actually a missable enemy that I can only find just outside the Dreadnought before you board it. So, I got into this very awkward situation that I cannot beat the game. Like, 100%, unless I do a new run. So, crap. I mean, probably... knowing how 100%, like, I mean, how 8 can be pretty, unique, I guess you could say. That might be true. But at least I will try my best. But if I cannot do it, or if it feels like it's gonna be a drag, then I might pass on that. And I mean, if you consider, like, how much more they made the PR achievements for Final Fantasy 1 to 6 more achievable than, like, the, let's say, original Final Fantasy 6 that was on Steam, then I gotta say... yeah, I can understand why other Final Fantasies on this game, or like on this game franchise, beyond just their PRs, is gonna be way harder to get on 100% than the PRs themselves. Like, PRs got nothing on that. So now I'll never get that bomb summon. Alright. Bet. I mean, if I really don't, then I just will grind it at some point. But I don't think I'll grind it on stream. Because at least I don't have to worry about that at that point. Okay. Guys, one more fight. If this doesn't drop me the tail, I'm just gonna go take a shit. Because honestly, I think the constipation part is really getting bad. I mean, I haven't been holding it that badly yet. But like, you know, it's been, you know... Now it's kind of like, you know, encroaching on the doors. Oh, I see, okay. At least we're taking care of her. But yeah, now it's full moon, which means it's the perfect time to go mooning myself. So I'm gonna go BRB real quick. I'm gonna go take a little toilet break. All for the Twitch viewers here, I'm gonna leave a small ad break here. So I will be able to let all the new people come in, get a pre-rolls off, so they can just like enjoy the stream without having starting ads. After that, I'll be back into this. We're gonna continue grinding and hopefully find our final bronze tail and actually get moving with the story. Because honestly, this is getting to the level of being half a Mind Flayer grind. And guys, thank you for being so patient with me. We've been at this already for 2.5 hours. It's insane. So thank you for all your patience. I have to see you guys still for the rest of the stream. Hopefully we can get to the story, but we'll see. It's all about RNG after all. But yeah, with that being said, BRB. See you soon. guys? You guys doing good? Having fun? Me too. Well, in any case, guys, we are back in action finally, and let's get back into the game straight up. Because, I mean, we love gaming, don't we? So we better get to gaming then. Also, let me see this. Yeah, so, you're... I have to make sure I hear my mom in case of her needing me. I see, yeah. Usually panicking over small details. But yeah, she doesn't need my help about the matter. She causes it to herself really by not trusting me that much. I mean, that's fair enough, like, you know... It really sucks when somebody doesn't give you the, like, the trust to, like, you know, believe that you can handle things on your own or something like that. It does, you know, suck a bit. But I guess they're just gonna have to, like, see that through, like, trial and repetition, that if you have proven yourself to be capable and there haven't been issues most of the time, then maybe they're gonna eventually learn to trust you with that kind of stuff. But it really does suck when somebody just, like, gives you that treatment that gives you that feeling that they think you're incapable in some way. It's a bit sad, but what can you do? Well, that's how it is. Anyway, let's get on getting that final tail from here, and let's get to actually working with this Edward guy. Because I have been stuck on this mission for needlessly long. Look, guys. You would think that for a 37.5% drop chance item, when it comes to the common item drop pool, that would be something fairly easy to come across, something that would only take me max 2 hours. Max 2 hours. And here we are sitting after 4+ hours of this action. And Edward, he's still fucking spooning the sand. Well, I guess that's the incapable part for you. Who would have guessed anything else coming from him? This is all within expectation. Also, you know what? I think I'm gonna go ahead and just go rest at the inn real quick, because I think because we're now in the full moon, we lost some physical damage. I'm not doing as much as I could. This is taking longer, so let's go take our little nap here after fighting for an entire freaking moon cycle, and then get back to grinding. Capiche? Oh, wait, the inn isn't open. Oh, that's fine. We got plenty of tents. It's fine. We can do this. Yeah, it's very funny, though. Like, I have the shittiest luck on the weirdest things, but I had the best luck with the weirdest things, too. Like, my luck is such an inconsistent chaotic thing like I am, so, you know, I think it fits me perfectly. But I certainly wasn't expecting this. But oh well, we'll come across it at some point. And that's also, of course, assuming that the drop rates that are given in the wiki stuff and such is, like, actually accurate. Like, there is a chance, of course, that maybe the PC version is somehow different in these drop rates, but I'm assuming that it isn't. But, oh well. At least I'm trying. And I will not stop trying until I'm done, so we'll get them regardless. But I really was hoping this would be like something like of a one and done deal in the next 2 hours. But these worms and centipedes certainly do not want to give me any. I don't know what I did to insult them. Did I kill all their family and friends? Was that not cool? Well, I'm sorry, but it's what I must do. I'll kill you too if you don't drop it to me. Oh, I see. So they just have that certain, like, automatic feeling of authority in this regard, that they don't want to, like, let you have any of the control under that, because obviously they would know much better than you do. And I mean, of course, I guess it makes sense that they would know better than you in some certain cases. But at least it would be nice to, like, have some faith in you. To some extent. Just, like, being like that just because they have the certain object of interest that makes them, like, obviously more superior in this topic. It's just, you know, something that just... It feels just like slander, indirectly. And it just sucks. Wow. Well, who am I to say? I haven't been with you for so long as your mother, and I mean, I don't know your mother, so... All I can do is just accept that that's what she thinks of you. But I hope you can prove her wrong at some point, because that does suck. She's like honestly pretty confrontational with you, which is, you know, doesn't seem like that's something you can do comfortably to each other, given how you react to it. It just, nah, not preferable. But yeah, so the drop rates should be okay for me. Well, certainly the game doesn't feel like to be agreeing with me on this one. Please be a tail. It's a potion. Damn it. But yeah, let me now confirm this one more time. So it's the sandworms and the centipedes, right? Only those two. None others drop these tails. What is actually like the drop chance of like the common drop chance loot table to come in? Is it like guaranteed and then there's like a chance of nothing? Or is it something like it has its own drop rate in general? Yeah, okay. So this fight, for example, would be useless. I only dropped 9 gil, that's fine. I'm gonna try to focus on those so we can get through this a bit faster. Even though I can kill these things pretty quick, also like just running away from some of these would be way faster than just trying to like go through every single fight. So I prefer that way around. Oh god, I'm about to sneeze. Funny without looking, obviously. Why? Worms. Come on, guys, you got this. You got this. I know you ate one of those freaking rats in this desert area. You better be coughing up their tails already. I know there's plenty to go around with. Don't make me go hunt my own rats myself. 17 gil. Yeah, that... I don't know. I guess the gil amounts dropped is based on the difficulty of the fight. But that one isn't too difficult, so I guess the drop rates are minimal. Because I certainly have much more money than just like a few hundred, so it isn't proportional to my own money. I mean, I figured that would be the case at some point, Miko. Like, I would get a silver tail at some point, but... I mean, you wouldn't make me farm for this unless this was all really necessary, right? Like, I need just this much for me to, like, be finished with this part. To afford the thing I'm looking for. And also, like... What was the dungeon I had to go for again? Was it the one to the east or something? It's been a long time since I, like, you know... Well, I've been doing this for a few hours. I totally, like, forgot what my actual task was. Like, what my actual, like, route was. I know there was a cave up to, I think, to the north or east. And there was the one to the south. I wonder if you had to go for, like, you know, the... One of the... Was it, like, which cave was it again? That was actually important for the story. And what one was, like, just complete, just optional. But in any case, this has been a way longer trek than I was expecting. Okay, so there was no northern cave. I guess it's either like east or south. I see, okay. Then why exactly are you like sticking around with them? Is it about like the budget of things? Like keeping things cheaper, living under the same household, or are you simply not able to afford a house on your own right now? Because I mean, at least if I had the opportunity, I would be going away from that as soon as I could. Simply because that just like, you know, that just a needless amount of like pushing one superiority on your face. And that isn't fun at all. Even coming from your own relative. And my god, why does it have to be so that many of my friends that I'm actually close with have to be the ones with like very troublesome parents? It's just sad, dude. I'm not saying that I find that to be a decreasing quality aspect of my friends, but more like I feel sad for them to deal with this shit. Like, why do the good people have to deal with that roughest bullshit ever? It's such an annoying occurrence, even as a coincidence. And trust me, I've heard of this case of like, you know, parents being very strict about this stuff, or like just like really pushing on, like being like, I know everything and you don't. I know a few cases in my circles too, in that regard, and it's not ever been a pretty war zone to sit through as a bystander. But yeah, amigo, actually, I want to ask you out of curiosity. There we go! We finally fucking got it! Good God, yes! We can finally leave this place, guys. At last. After 8 levels on the guards, and after 12 levels on Edward. Ugh. My God. Anyway, the thing I want to ask here is that how many tails do we actually need at the end of this? If I recall correctly, a bronze tail was worth... silver tail was worth 5 bronze tails. How much tail currency do we need to get what we want? Okay, look at this. I'm just gonna get myself another one right away. Just because this game wants to feel bad about me. Or for me. Nah, of course not. But there's I think there was a cave to the south and to the east. So let me go checking around, checking both caves. I think if I saw the cave name, I'll be able to like tell which one it was that I had to go for. Maybe. I know how to go check. Oh yeah, there was a falling star to the east. That was what? So I had to go to the falling star for the story progression, but I think south is gonna be for some extra stuff. Yeah, that's how it was. I see. So... I see. So we're gonna get to a total of 15 bronze tails with these 5 that are collected from all the stuff that I'm gonna find across the story. So 2 silver tails directly, then another 3 more. Like from other sources. Like from bronze tails. I'm concerned about the messenger we sent to Baron. But tracking down Harley must come first. Okay, so yeah, that was pretty much like a thing I cannot do yet. Yeah, I remember there was 2 cases, like one was Harley and then there was another thing, but I didn't remember exactly what the other thing was, but that explains it. What is this? Antlion's Den. Wait, isn't this the one... Wasn't this the one that, like, we found about the Spoonie's name at some point? Like, we went here, we went for the Antlion boss, and that's when we called Edward the Spoonie. The origin story of the Spoonie joke. I mean, I don't think I have to go for Antlion Den yet. Or is it like an optional dungeon? Should I go do it now, or should I go do it after I find out where Harley is? Because I think Harley was in the Falling Star area. But if that's like side content, then I might as well run it. But if it is coming in later, then I might as well not rush things yet. Just I have to go through the encounters regardless. Okay, fair enough then. Thanks for letting me know. I mean, yeah, they wouldn't likely hide like this kind of stuff in optional content. At least I don't think so. But my God, we actually have fights where I have to actually pay attention in some way. They're actually doing damage to me now. Impressive. And I'm certainly ready for this with all this overgearing I've done. I should have saved, but it's okay. I did save right after I got my tail, so I think it's fine. And we shouldn't be able to die at this level. What's happened here? Is she... Could Harley really be alright? Nope. She's never alright without you, Master. I'll have you know. Now that's a different format of the Falling Star, alright. Is it the same Falling Star? Wait, no, that's not possible. Or is it? Is it the same Falling Star, or is this another thing? Like, a different Fallen Star at a different location? Or am I just approaching this from a different direction in general, which makes it look different from me? Okay, 1 bronze tail. I'll keep that in mind. Well, you know me. I certainly do not miss treasure chests, at least the ones that are visible, so... We'll get there. We'll get there. But they actually... I'm trying to think here about the geographical location of things. Would this be the same falling star that was in Fabul? Really? So I'm supposed to find it as an item piece somewhere, as a hidden item. Interesting. Do you mean in this specific floor of this place, or are we talking like in general? That if I don't find a bronze still in this whole place, once I'm done, then I'm missing something. Well, you know the other part of me too. I'm also pretty meticulous about items, so that either shouldn't be a problem. Well, not really. You don't have to tell me exactly where, but you can just give me a yes or a no, like if it's gonna be just... Or just like general / in this place specifically. I don't need to like get an actual rundown, because I want to have some mystery and secrecy for myself. Oh, hi, guard. You're looking weird there. It looks like one of Baron's guards, but obviously that isn't. No items there. I will go through every single rock, because I don't trust them. We only have 1 hour of this stuff. We won't beat Edward's Tale today, but at least we'll get some progress finally. At least my stream analysis or the synopsis for next time for first day isn't gonna be a complete dud. I value this. I got I got iron armor. Come on, man. Hold on. I guess my throat must be getting pretty dry for me to be coughing like this. Need to take better care. I just drank a bit, so don't worry about that. I just want to make sure it doesn't, like, you know, get too dry. Steam. Okay, so it's one of those Steam vents. Not referring to the Steam application, probably, so... yeah. I'll look around. But I don't think it's gonna be here yet. Right, there's a guard too. Hello. Ah, my lord. Oh, thank goodness. Are you alright? Yes, sir. I apologize for worrying you. Our investigation has encountered numerous snags. Where is Harley? Straight ahead, my lord. So this was one of my guards, even though they look exactly the same as Baron's. Well, good to know it's not something for me to be fearing about. Well, I think it's gonna be the next room then. Oh, it did have some worms in here too. Interesting. If I find any more bronze tails as an extra, I swear I will cry. Yeah, there's more to this, so nothing to worry about. I wonder if it's gonna be a Steam vent that's pretty obvious here that it's gonna be at. Because I don't like know if they would be really able to like hide any actual items in those Steam vents that easily. Oh, adamant voices. I thought this would be pretty tanky, but it seems they're pretty weak. Thank God. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna look through every single Steam vent, but I feel like there's gonna be one Steam vent that's gonna just like stand out from the rest, and that's gonna be the one that's gonna hold my item. We'll see though, we'll see. Yep. Not here. A beret! Hey, isn't that gonna be good for like the soldiers specifically? It's more defense. I guess I'll give it to Edward. In case I lose my soldiers, I don't wanna like, you know, lose the beret as well. That would suck. Yeah, there's nothing else here seemingly. That was all for that bit. Guys, I feel like, you know, the throat getting dry. I think it's all the desert sand. I might not only be going crazy, but I feel like I'm also like starting to like physically manifest the desert in my mind. Or maybe this is like actually the withdrawals from like not being in the desert enough. Like, everyone is already having immediate symptoms from not having sand around them. And they're feeling very desperate about it. Your Highness! What brings you here, my lord? I was getting a tad antsy, sitting around waiting for you. It is too dangerous for you to be here, sir. Oh, I'm quite alright. If you can survive this, I certainly can. Is Harley up ahead? Yes, my lord. She ignored our pleas and proceeded further. Ignore your pleas? You're not even working together? Now that's concerning. Now, Harley, why would you think that it would be okay for her to be working completely on your own? You have these guards for a reason, you know? Not just to watch your back. BRB, let me get something more to drink. My throat is still not completely like, you know, okay with this. I haven't had a coughing fit while actually streaming in a while, so this is pretty surprising. But it happens. Just gotta adapt to it. Right, so this was just about as I was about to enter the next area. I've been to many of the Steam events so far, so I don't know what that's about. Thanks, Migo. I did hydrate myself already, but cheers. We're already at the lower wall. There's a safe spot there. Well, that was easy enough. There's a chest here, an ether. An ether that I once again will not be using because I'm way too stubborn to not use these things. Oh, hey. Did we find Harley? Yep, there she is. Hello, girl. What could this substance possibly be composed of? It is as if the earth itself has petrified. Could this have come from the moon? Gee whiz, I hope not. But I think it's pretty obvious it has. Because that's where the mysterious girl most likely came from. And the fallen star, after all, has something to do with her. Most likely where she came from. Oh, thank you, Tonini. I just noticed your hydrate too. Thanks for taking care of me, guys. I'm sorry to worry you with my whole throat thing, but... really, these things don't happen often, and I at least recognize my own throat problems nowadays, like when I'm streaming. There was a time when I was not so observant of me having trouble with talking, or like something like not knowing like what my throat was at, and I used to get pretty bad hurts and burns from that, but nowadays I'm pretty good at that. I guess for some reason my throat is just like now just awfully sensitive, because oftentimes I just like feel straight up pain if it's getting too bad, not coughing fits. But now it is. But I hope it's not gonna be something to worry about. Most likely not. Oh really? Are you the one doing that much talking though? Like, is it about the... is it actually related to summer in some way? Like, is it the pollen? Like, I don't know if pollen can do anything about that. Or if, like, pollen can, in some way, cause some throat pains. I see. What kind of meds? But at least I'm happy to hear that I have somebody else that can share me the sympathy. But my throat isn't that bad. It just like itches in a weird way. Not too much, but it does like, you know, cause me to have some occasional coughing fits in here. Wow, they don't even trust you with recycling either? Well, that's quite the situation. But yeah, Moonlight Elf, why not you just like move out on your own? Are you unable to? I don't want to ask for details if you don't want to share them, but if you cannot do that, then that's okay too. But at least that would at least take that out of the way. That at least you haven't considered it. Oh. There it is. It wasn't even steam, it was this pile of rocks. Dude, that was not helping at all. But it was close enough to steam, I guess. But it was a pretty conspicuous pile of rocks, so... right next to steam. I mean, fair. But I would have, like, maybe given a hint to look for rocks. But yeah, I would, like, go for anything that looks remotely like a point of interest. Road dust, but I haven't been outside at all today, so I don't think that would be it. Well, my window has been open, but what would it be? Road dust? And like suddenly, like at this point on the stream, like 3 hours in, I haven't had this like until like just now. But I guess it's gonna be fine once I like get it coughed up, like the whatever might be annoying me, or maybe if I just drink enough, it's gonna be fine. So nothing to worry about. It's gonna be okay, most likely. But yeah. There you are, Harley. Join me. Your Highness! I told you coming here would be dangerous. I deeply apologize for worrying you, my lord. But this is no ordinary meteor we are dealing with. It certainly seems that way. Something beyond our comprehension has landed here. This is the only conclusion I can make. The moon. Something must be going on up there. But why did you come here, Your Highness? I just wanted to see the crash site with my own eyes. We had best return to Dumpkin, Harley. This should be enough investigating for now. But, my lord! The messenger from Baron should be back by now. Let us return to the castle. Yes, Your Highness. Well, you were pretty easy to brainwash to join me. Thank God. Pray not let Edward actually admit that he was worried about you. Otherwise, you might get the wrong idea. She's only level 5? Oh, good God. Well, I got a favorite cap for you. Doubles the effectiveness of healing items in battle. Well, it does give me intellect and spirit bonuses, so that's okay. What about the whip? The only attack. 50 damage? I only got 13 attack, so I don't know how strong this is, but I hope it's gonna be decent. Ah, I see. Fair enough then, Moonlight Elf. But yeah, financial. I understand then. Well, sorry to pry on that too much, but I hope at some point you'll be able to like make your own like life decisions on this case, because, well, obnoxious people to live around with is just not fun. I was pretty happy when I finally got to move on my own. Not because of like, you know, just, you know, I get to like stay away from parents because, you know, that's like the teen thing to do, or like that's like the thing you wanna do for the sake of like, you know, it being appropriate. It's because I feel like I got lots more control nowadays. And I was really bothered because my parents aren't exactly like the most cleanliest of people in general. Like it's a lot easier for me to like maintain the lifestyle I wanna keep because I'm now living on my own. I'm very thankful for that. And I'm pretty, like, you know, good at taking care of myself, so that's not an issue at least. And I certainly do cook better than my parents did. Yeah, Harley is a pretty good weakling, alright. And after all the grinding that I did, she is embarrassingly weak. But maybe we'll get her to a good shape soon enough. As we do just a little bit of grinding here. Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna even get ourselves to like level 10 with her before we get out of this place, or at least close to that. Because even with 5 people, she is pretty low level. She needs very little XP to level up. I mean, if Edward at like level 8 needed like max 500, then certainly like at level 6 it's only gonna be like 300-ish. And that's only like a couple fights in this place. Although now I'm really like dodging through fights like a crazy maniac. Nobody wants to fight me. Maybe I'm just too strong. That's an acceptable excuse too. But yeah, honestly, I understand like what your mom is also doing in that case, because like I also have my grandma. She used to also like make a lot of her own juice and use like dedicated glass bottles for that. Or I don't think it was glass bottles. I think they were actually using milk cartons for that to like make juice in, or something similar. In any case though, like I know about like using bottles, like using them for something like that, making own drinks. But yeah, to be like so hard to like discuss about this stuff and not like, you know, make ground rules that everyone can follow without asking. I think that's just poor management. She kinda like wants to control everything, I suppose. And doesn't want to trust you with any tasks or delegations. I see. I understand why, Moonlight Elf. It does seem like it. I hope you can get that done at some point. Your Highness! Don't tell me it's her. Oh, it's a Baron. Oh, damn it. Please don't come to Duncan. Yep, they're going for Duncan. Great. The Red Wings. Perhaps they are bringing back our messenger. I doubt it. I can only hope so. Pardon? We must hurry. The sound of the airship discomforts me. Yeah, I don't think a messenger needs an entire airship to be delivered back. I think it feels a little bit too excessive. And knowing the direction that the story has been going for the other tales so far, I think we have a room for doubt, obviously. Can we just like hijack the ship and use it for our own purposes? I would like that idea. I mean, it is there, so obviously we can write it, right? Three times 5-minute rounds on mixed martial arts. Bro, I don't know MMA, alright? And also, who do I MMA with, okay? I got no opponents on that. So, Timmy, gonna be honest with you, I don't think I can do that, bro. Also, this is weird. If I press start and I like go to like the options menu here, you don't see it for some reason. Like there's supposed to be like a darker like background there, and there should be like buttons resume and quit, but they're not there for you. Interesting. Not that kind of challenge, alright? It's more about like making me do something in a game or something that, you know, I wouldn't usually do. Trying to like, you know, egg me on with that. But hold on. I'll give your points back to you, so, you know, you can use it maybe for something appropriate in the future, and you don't have to waste your points. So, sorry about that. That is the kind of challenge I can unfortunately give to you. Let's go to the recent requests. Rechecked. You should have your points back now. There you go. Thanks though, Dimmy. Oh yeah, if you have that kind of relationship with your mother Moonlight Elf, then that's okay too. Like, I know that kind of feeling coming from certain people. Like, they have very good and justifiable reasons for like not wanting to be with them, and I can totally accept you wanting that to be the case too. Not every family relationship is wholesome and lovely and grand. Neither are mine, so yeah. I don't judge you for that. I hope you can get that done as soon as possible. But yeah, thanks for dropping in though, Demi. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Wonderful start to your week. And also, I'm gonna let you know now, so in case you haven't noticed my notification on the Discord side, all the archive streams on Twitch side are now like on my YouTube channel. So if you wanna see the Final Fantasy VII stuff, it's gonna be in the playlist on my YouTube channel. If you wanna go check it out, it's somewhere at the bottom because like it's the latest Final Fantasy of them all. Baron, our emissary, awaits within Dumpkin Castle. Okay. So Baron's emissary is inside the castle for now. So there's no reason to get to the actual airship. Well, damn it. It seems like I cannot hijack it, unfortunately. Well, I wonder how not so warlike is this emissary going to be. The emissary from Baron is waiting for you, Your Highness. You don't want me to access the stores, do you? I see. I wonder why. Is it gonna be a fight? Your Highness! An emissary from Baron has arrived! I noticed, Chancellor. What is it gonna be like? So, where is the emissary? He requested a tour of the castle while he was awaiting your return, my lord. A tour? Yes, my lord. Why now, of all times? Has he been to the crystal chamber? Not yet, my lord. Don't show them to them, please. Do not tell them where the crystal chamber is. Right this way, sir. His Majesty has returned. Who is the emissary? Oh, this guy. Okay. Nothing too, you know, noticeable, recognizable. On behalf of my kingdom, I welcome you to Dumpkin. I come here with the message from the Kingdom of Baron. There is no need for such ceremony, my friend. I trust King Cecil is faring well. Yes, Your Majesty. And what of Queen Rosa? Theodore must be a grown man by now, come to think of it. I'm afraid I did not travel here to chat, Your Highness. My apologies. Then let us turn to the matter of King Cecil's message. Yes, Your Majesty. His Majesty requests that the matter of the meteor be handled exclusively by Baron. Interesting. How would you know about the meteor so well, when you're not even close to it? Why is that? I was not provided with any further information. I see. The message is delivered. I shall be on my way. One moment, if you could. Yes, Your Highness. In circumstances like these, King Cecil would have personally paid a visit. That is the kind of person he is, and always has been. I will be sure to pass the message along to His Highness. Edward is sussy about this situation. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? I trust that Cecil has due motivation for his decision. But my lord... Perhaps I ought to pay him a visit. You...
You mean to go see him personally? Yes. You must bring guards at the very least.
No. I do not want to involve the military with such haste.
But my lord, I cannot in good conscience allow you to travel to Baron completely unescorted.
Very well. I will leave the specifics up to you.
Guards, you will serve as His Majesty's escort on the journey to Baron.
The very same guards? I suppose so. At least you're learning a lot on this journey.
Sir!
You can reach Baron by ship from the port of Kaipo. To reach Kaipo, however, you must cross the underground waterway, which is home to quite a few monsters. Okay, so that's where I'm had to go there specifically. Please make sure you are thoroughly prepared before departing, my lord. Okay. But that still isn't the Endline's Den, so I guess we're gonna come back to it later. At least I hope so. I think this is gonna be the point where I will make a second save slot, because in case it turns out to be so that this isn't the like something I had to do as a main storyline thing, going to the Endline's Den, then, you know, if I find out that I was missing it entirely because I thought it would be something mandatory, then I would not let that go through, obviously. So I want to make sure I won't be making any regrets here. I might roll back a bit if that happens to be the case, but at least I won't like completely lose progress or like have to do this entirely over again. Because I will certainly not do the 5 tails again. At least not happily. Yeah, so let's just get going then. I don't think we have much else going on in here right now. We've seen everything that there is in the castle, so the next thing is for us to just move on. Well, this is where we part ways.
No, my lord. I am going with you.
I'm afraid I cannot permit that. Even though it says on the bottom left that it's Harley's writing, but it isn't, obviously.
I am your secretary, my lord. If you are going to have a diplomatic meeting with the King of Baron, it is my duty to be present.
But
I am certain that I will prove useful, your highness.
You better. Your whipping ain't exactly whipping. Not well enough. Very well. I will make sure not to burden you too much on this trip.
My lord.
Of the Dumpkin flowers. Are you really gonna give those to Harley? As a sign of gratitude? Oh, okay. For Cecil.
A small gift for Cecil.
How thoughtful of you. I wonder if Cecil would really care about that stuff though. I guess Rosa though would like them. We'll see. But underground waterways, I guess that's... Oh yeah, it's gonna be here of course. We're gonna go here yet, but it's gonna be the way we had to go now. No, 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 that's not true because that was the wrong flower bush. It was on the left side. I'm very specific about that. So it would not have been that one, obviously. If they had hidden it, they would have known it wasn't the left one. I mean the right one. They would have known to go to the left side. So I veto that claim. 4 bronze tails? Man, that's crazy. Well, better get looking then. Oh god, that whip release worth nothing. Alright, Harley. It's time for you to get your act together. Also, what is that? That band. Restores HP to all allies and cures certain status ailments. Weapon specific. Okay, so... I don't know if that's gonna be whips only, but I guess it's gonna be like okay as is. 1 is behind the falls, 1 F. 1 is underground falls, and 2 in the waterway entrance south. We're now in the lake, so I guess that's not gonna be anywhere else here. Well, I'm gonna try, like, try my best to, like, not try to look into where they are exactly, or, like, look at the name, but if I do not find something when I enter that place, and I'm about to go to the next one, then I might as well just, like, look back. Like, I wanna first try my own inquisitive skills here. Or, like, investigator skills. If I'll be able to find them without too much help in that regard. Man, these zombies are tough. Always hate it. Well, at least the guards are well equipped. Antarctic wind. Arctic wind. Yeah, more spell items that I will never use because I'm too stubborn to use them. I need to also try like how strong Edward's harp playing is now. Because I haven't tried that ever since, like, you know, I was in the desert. And that was like on the very beginning of things. So I feel like the healing power should be pretty decent from that too now. I believe. Yeah, there's the entrance. There's nothing here left. Now let's go. We're in B2. So there shouldn't be any tails in here either, and that's okay. I feel like we should be able to get through this place before we finish the stream, but we'll have to see about that. We'll at least have to be snappy about this. Because if there's that many different floors of this place, then certainly there's gonna be lots of adventuring to do still. Behind the falls, underground falls, waterway entrance south. Good god. Also, is there any new items in there? Cottage. Yeah, I wasn't like paying attention what the first item was. But good, good, good. Nothing too special yet. But maybe you're gonna find some new weapons and such for Edward. That would be nice. Oh, the bard song failed? Damn, that's unlucky. What fun things are we gonna find in here? Not seeing any conspicuous spots in the ground. Neither do I see any chests. This place, despite being so broad, has very little things to offer to me. I'm a little bit disappointed, honestly. Come on, Harley, slap it harder. You got this, Dominatrix. You got this. I hope she's gonna get much stronger when she levels up, but I feel like she won't really be. The whip has a pretty low basic attack, and so far no other weapon fits her. And I really don't like that. Ah well, we'll see, we'll see. Did I also like stack up on any consumes, like let's say Phoenix Downs? Only 2. I think I have to buy some more stuff once I get to my next store. I made a mistake in that part. Okay, yeah, one of the tails isn't here. So that's for sure. Yep, there's one. Of course, they would hide it in a place like that. They really didn't want me to get the items at all, huh? Or the thing I'm supposed to buy with the silver tails. Those crazy bastards. I'm surprised though that if they were so adamant about not involving too many grinds here, I'm surprised they kept the bronze tail grind. Like at the beginning it was pretty clear that they did like skip out a lot. But now they really seem to be pretty picky about like what things they kept and which ones they didn't. I mean, at least they kept something, I guess it's fair. But they certainly like, you know, like, raise the bar a bit on the later stories. Right, so... that's that. Nothing encircling this place. This one is behind the falls 2F, so there shouldn't be any tails in here, but I'll look around anyway. Yeah, nothing in these rocks is pretty obvious. But is it just me, or is this like place actually way more massive? I mean, this is the same place that Paolo and Manporum went to, right? Why does it feel like this place is like way more bigger for these guys? It's so weird. Did this place like transform over the years? Or is it just like we're in some areas that the others weren't able to access before? It's so mystifying. Underground Falls. So this is gonna be the place where we're gonna find one in here. Yeah. Oh, that's where he was. Huh. Well, honestly, that wasn't too obvious, honestly. I can't make my way through this current. So we cannot jump there south. Alright. So I honestly like discovered that Bronze by accident. I can understand why you told me like where exactly I'm supposed to find these things, because this game certainly did not make it easy. They wanted this thing, whatever we're gonna get with Edward, to be a complete pain. Right, it was like the other tail that we would get with these silver tails, I recall. Was it like brown tail or pink tail or something like that? Certainly not an easy task. Oh. So... I'm supposed to find a third one? I found two. I found one in the underground falls and one in the behind the falls now, so I think I should have gotten them right. Right? So are you like sure about this? Like, are we good now? Yeah. I got that one. Don't worry about that. So I now have not 10 tails. I think that should be fine. Yeah. So let's get into this. So we're supposed to fine tune this place, right? No, this is north. Okay, so we're supposed to get more to the south first. So this place is most likely gonna be riddled with chests, if anything. But yes, I trust my inquisitive abilities on this one. I mean, to be honest, like, you know, not being in the know would have made this a lot harder. I would have easily missed this stuff. But to be honest, even then I feel like, you know, because I do look around every corner, I think I would have discarded those naturally. I wasn't really looking for them, like, separately. It's just like the gut intuition that Final Fantasy has gotten me over like the gameplay sessions I've had with this game. So many Final Fantasies and so much to learn. And this is the end result of it. Iron Sword. Well, I already had a... Actually, wait, no, I think I brought swords. Long swords, yeah. Ooh. Now that's an upgrade. Thank you. 10 extra damage. I'll take it. Do we get more? Because that wasn't exactly something I could buy, which bothers me. And are you also telling me that the broadswords and longswords I had were just like made out of bronze or something? Because that's sad. How dare you feed me something bronzy? Oh. I actually had a small twinge on my throat a bit earlier. Not anymore, but there was. So I feel like I really did like overwork my throat a little bit, but it's fine. At least the next stream is on the first day. But then again, I might have some board games tomorrow, and then on Wednesday I might go for some a small party with my friend or with my cousin maybe, I don't know. And then there's like the first day stream, of course. Oh boy. I'm gonna have lots to do, and most likely lots of talking to do too, so I don't think my throat is gonna get a rest. But hopefully I can keep it at acceptable levels. Actually, wait. Okay, that isn't even accessible. I was thinking that if there was any other hidden item I could get in this place, maybe there would be something at the end of that bridge, but apparently not. The game wouldn't be that mean, would it? I mean, sometimes it could. But this time it saved me. Wait, is that iron sword actually jet black? Dude, that looks cool. Yeah, that thing is jet black. That's awesome. I like it. I want more iron swords now. I'm desperate. That's epic. Straight up epic. Now, what's in here, huh? A chest. Figures. A bomb crank for fire. This for high potions. Nothing at the back there. What about this small slip? Pointless. Alright. Now, what's up with that geology anyway? Why make something so insignificant? You know what? Since if I survive, or if this like alligator survives, I actually want to try out Edward's skill, or like the band skill here. Because Harley could use some more healing here. And yes, Harley is safe. Good. Let's try this. Oh, that's a lot of healing. Oh my god. Yeah, that just healed out the whole group. Completely to full. That was like half HP for every single person there. Cool. So, that is a pretty good spell, but it takes like 20 MP, so Harley can only cast it twice. So I need to be careful about when I use that. I guess only in emergencies. If like the group is doing like pretty bad in general, that's when you want to use it. I see, it's this part. I recall how this is about, or what this is about. I have to go from here. But yeah, only if like the entire group was in an emergency, I could use that spell. Once I get to the town, I'll be able to get Harley able to cast that twice at least, which is very nice. But it certainly is still something I had to be pretty picky about. Edward's Bard song should do for the most part when I'm maintaining, but if many characters are getting to the critical point, then I shouldn't risk it too much. But for now, obviously, it's gonna be fine. Let's see, 9 more minutes. Or, well, 12 more minutes, looking at the timer. Do we have anything else in here? We have a chest with 1000 gil. I don't think there was anything there when I was doing this with Pollen. Or, actually no, with Porum. So I guess this was made only for Edward here. Interesting. Really? You're gonna mess up Bard Song again? Come on, Spoonie. I know you are the Spoonie, but don't disappoint me like this. You're gonna, like, lower my expectations of you even further. Wait, Gale Toss? Piercing Sight? Weak element added. Oh! Well, that's a cool skill, but it doesn't work at all if there's nobody that can use any elemental skills in general. You know, not with this party. They made this cool character that could work really well with, like, let's say, somebody like Palom for elemental bonuses, but then they give it to something as useless as Edward as a starting character. And now we have the situation where Harley is completely useless with her abilities. Or just awfully expensive. I'm not gonna use skill toss for the life of me. I hate that skill. Especially with the amounts I have right now, I think I would just like eat up so much of my money. And obviously there's gonna be better uses for the money than the skill toss. The fights aren't that hard. That's it, better. Are we actually already on the south part, or is this like middle part? Let me see. Oh, it's B2. Never mind. So we have to get to the southern entrance. So there's no tails in this place. That's good to know. Yep. I like my contradictory pieces, but I'm gonna wait for an actual good practical use for them. I'm not gonna just throw my money at enemies and like think that I'm just gonna like have it like burned like toilet paper. Or newspapers. You know, it's just not worth it. I may not know what my money is gonna be useful for right now, but it certainly won't be useful for fights. Might give me some advantage on a single fight, but it's pointless. I'll save up and wait for the next opportunity I'll get. And considering I have lots of guys to equip here, I think the money will certainly find its place. It's fine. What's in here? Alright. This takes me here. Yeah, true. This one was useless. This was originally made to be so that it felt like the pathway here is gonna lead us to just like the northern side, but there was a hidden path to the top side. But since I did it the other way around now, it doesn't seem like it. Is this the right part? B3. So not yet. So yeah, that was like nothing else I can do to her anymore. Definitely should have everything that place had to offer. So let's just move on and hope that I won't miss any of my items here. My precious, precious items. Was B3 the last floor of them all? I wonder. I forgot. I mean, I think it does actually like seem like it was the first floor here. If I have some vague recollection from the Porum story. Of course, assuming I can trust my memory on this one. But yeah, like, it really sucks. Harley's like getting closer to like the level to guards and Edward. Yet even then, like, the Harley doesn't do that much damage. And all the skills that she has are just practically useless at the moment. So I can't really tell like what you mean by the fact that she is like one of the useless bitches of this game. I think that's what you said, Migo. So I won't judge you on this one. But I still do say that says like I don't think man, what was her name again? The guard captain from the Final Fantasy VI. I don't think she was bad. Useless. Yeah, Harley is definitely like one of the worthless pieces here. Waxing Moon. Was it good for me? Neutral. Nothing gonna affect me here then. It's only gonna affect the black and white magic if we don't have either, so irrelevant. Well, I sure hope that Harley's gonna get some good power spikes soon. I like her ban ability with Edward, but that's about it. There's nothing actually redeeming about her herself, which is, well, disappointing to say the least. Can't even use her to kill a single enemy. This bastard. And I mean, her whip is supposed to ignore formation. The fact that others do 100 and she does only 30 is just like, ugh. And what do you mean whips have 50 attack? It's only like 12. It's bad. I wonder if there's an other weapon alternative for Harley that would be more consistent than a whip. She can wear swords at least. Oh yeah, so that was it. I was figuring as much because she is a whip wielder that she would be one of those. But I had to make sure. So we need her whip along with the whip that we got for Leonora as well. It needs her, Leonora, and some others. I guess a full team of some people. Maybe Rydia too. Now, who is gonna be the subject of all this whipping, I wonder? Oh, I was in B2 still. Oh, I don't think I'll make it, guys. I don't think I'll make it. Not in time, at least. There's too much to go through still. And honestly, I don't think my toilet break is gonna wait too long either, so... can only hope for the best. Let's see, how was the map again? Right, so I guess I'm supposed to, like, get from here. We're gonna, like, go in between some places, and then there's gonna be another route we'll have to take. Oh, yeah. Well, I was hoping we could get through this on this stream, but it seems like Underground Waterway was way longer than I remembered. On that note, no wonder that it took us forever to, like, you know, get through this place with Parliament Forum, and I ran out of MP. This place is insanely long. Like, I'm actually surprised by how insanely long this place can be sometimes. Especially if you are looking for all the treasures in the meantime. And even at this point, I will still stick to my words that I said earlier. That these guards are like the most depressing thing ever to play with. No skills, no damage, nothing at all. And the fact that we're like so much over level with these guys, yet they still cannot kill things properly, like it takes forever. It just like, you know, feeds onto that depression, like how useless these guys are. And it's sad. Like, Spoonie's story is not a fun one. Harley? Are you getting tired? What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all, my lord. Your color does not look so well. I'm just a bit tired, that's all. There's no need to overwork yourself. We'll turn back. No! Absolutely not. Not on my pride. I just need a moment's rest. That will more than suffice.
No, I think that's sexist. Straight up.
Let's make camp here for now.
I think that's a good idea. I think it's a good time for me to like stop here too, so it's fair enough. Wait, do we actually have a free tent for this? Like, full stats? Not even have to use my own tent?
Feeling better? Yes, my lord.
She does look still pretty exhausted though.
We will arrive in Kaipo shortly. Just hold on a little longer.
Well, I ain't gonna hold in, so yeah, we'll leave it there then. Because we are sadly running out of time. So with that being said though, guys, thank you so much for joining on this stream. Hope you had a wonderful time watching me play Final Fantasy for the After Years. This has been a very slow progress in general because we had to spend so much more time on the bronze tail hunting than I was expecting. We spent actually like 4 hours on this stuff, which is unexpected for such high drop rate items, but RNG is RNG. You never know when it's gonna take 5 minutes or 5 hours, just like with the Mind Flare drop, so honestly, let's just be happy that it's out of the way now. So, that being said though, guys, thank you so much for joining on the stream again. If you want to catch up on anything that you missed on this stream, be sure to also always, you can always find my streams or on my VOD section, or like, you can find the VODs over on my YouTube channel. You can go to my YouTube channel by the name of Emenalus, go to the live section. This stream is gonna be there, along with other streams I've done in the past. So if you want to catch up on those, absolutely go check it out. and hope you're gonna be able to catch up on things that you may have missed, so you'll be able to be fully immersed on the next time we play this game. So, in general, I always stream every single Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, starting at 4 p.m. GMT plus 2. That's exactly when the stream is starting here, so if you don't know when that is, just like look back into when the stream started. Whether you're coming from YouTube or Twitch side, it doesn't matter. That's when the streams are gonna start every single time, so look forward to that. Although, gotta be honest, I will try to not be a few minutes late this time around. This was unexpected, so yeah, my bad. But yeah, also as a little reminder here still that if you have been looking into this series for a while, or this adventure of mine, and you missed some of the earlier streams but you weren't able to find them, that's because I did not stream them on YouTube yet. They were exclusively on Twitch. But luckily, there is now a playlist finally that has all this in there. There is some video VODs I uploaded from Twitch side, but they're unlisted. So the only way you're gonna find those is to find my playlist for Final Fantasy streams in there. So just go to my playlist section, go look for Final Fantasy streams. You're gonna find Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, and 7 in there. So everything that I've done so far is now fully accessible. So yeah. With those parting words though, guys, thank you again so much for joining on this one. Sorry for all the grinding, but we're finally moving on with the story. Hopefully this will be the last time we'll have to be really like sticking around looking for some very benign small item drops that keeps us like holding onto our balls, but we'll see about that. There may be many more other things that I may not know yet. Yeah. That was very well said. But anyway, guys, thank you again.